Hi guys, it's me ChazzaHD and welcome to qualifying day for the 2022 Japanese Grand Prix at Suzuka. Like I said in my qualifying preview a few hours ago, the first Japanese Grand Prix since 2019, and it is great to be back in Japan and at one of the best circuits in the world without any doubt whatsoever, Suzuka, the Suzuka International Circuit. And yeah, qualifying day it is today. And thankfully, it's going to be the track in much better condition than it was yesterday. I mean, obviously we don't mind wet running, certainly in qualifying, but I think looking at how the conditions were yesterday, it wasn't particularly exciting what we saw yesterday in Friday practice. So yeah, I think we're going to get a decent day's running today. I don't think it's going to be, one of the best qualifying sessions of the year or anything like that, but I think it is going to be an exciting day to a certain extent here at Suzuka. As you can see on your screen, practice 3 begins in about 13 minutes time, and then qualifying begins in 3 hours and 15, or just under 3 hours and 15 minutes from now. So yeah, plenty heading your way in the next, 4 to 5 hours or so here in this stream on the channel. And yeah, would be great, obviously, if you guys were to stick around for as much of the stream as you can. And yeah, we've got plenty to go through, obviously, today or this morning, where I am in my part of the world for qualifying day. Practice 3 will be an hour-long session. And then, of course, we'll have a 2-hour build-up going into qualifying. And again, qualifying beginning in about 3 hours and 10 minutes or 3 hours and 12 minutes from now. And then, yeah, after that, we'll have, an hour, or not an hour, half an hour or so at least, reaction to the session itself. But one thing I can tell you is that it is dry at Suzuka. I've just seen the Sky F1 coverage start up, and it is dry and looking actually pretty good. The conditions, not perfect, it's not sunny with no clouds, but it is looking pretty good at Suzuka, and it should be good by the looks of the forecast for solid dry running for the entirety of the day. Of the day. And for practice 3, that comes up in just over 10 minutes, I think we are going to see a lot more running than what we saw in practice 1 and 2, but I think we're going to see a lot of early running, especially in practice 3, because qualifying is going to be dry, and the teams only have an hour to get their shit together in dry conditions with their setup for the car going into a very important qualifying session. So this is going to be a very important practice 3 coming your way pretty soon. I just want to say though, before we get properly into the build up to practice 3 quickly, just want to say hopefully everyone watching is doing well, no matter what part of the world you're from, no matter where you're watching from or what time it is in your part of the world. I hope you're all having as best a day as possible. And yeah, for me, it is 3:50 a.m. in my part of the world in the UK, and yeah, it's going to be an interesting few hours of streaming, put it that way, because I wouldn't say I'm running low on sleep, but I did wake up at 9:30, 10 a.m. on Friday morning, and now it's 10 to 4 on Saturday morning. So yeah, this is going to be an interesting few hours for me. But one thing that is quite remarkable to think is that I haven't done an early morning race weekend stream, I think, since the Japanese Grand Prix 3 years ago, because I didn't do a stream for the Australian Grand Prix earlier this year because I had internet issues. So yeah, it does feel a bit weird to be, streaming at this time of day, but here we are, and I cannot wait for qualifying today and really the rest of the weekend, because we do tend to get somewhat excitement here in Japan with the action in Formula 1. But anyway, let's firstly, before we get into talking about talking about what I'm expecting going into practice 3, let's quickly get into the results of practice 1 and practice 2 from those sessions that took place about a day ago exactly at Suzuka. So in practice 1, which was held in pretty wet conditions, Fernando Alonso ended up in P1, with Carlos Sainz in 2nd, Charles Leclerc 3rd, and then Ocon 4th, Magnussen 5th, Verstappen in 6th, and then Schumacher, Norris, Bottas, and Perez completing the top 10. And the rest of the field was, in practice 1, Zhou, Ricciardo, Hamilton, Stroll, Albon, Gasly, Latifi, Russell, Tsunoda, and Sebastian Vettel. And then in practice 2, it was George Russell who ended up quickest for Mercedes, Lewis Hamilton in 2nd, and Mercedes 1-2 in a practice session, which I don't think we have had at all this year until practice 2 yesterday. So that is quite remarkable that it's been that long since we've had a 1-2 in a session period from Mercedes, if that is the case. And then, ended up with Max Verstappen in 3rd, Sergio Perez in 4th, Magnussen 5th, Carlos Sainz in P6, and then Alonso, Bottas, Ocon, and Zhou completing the top 10. And then the rest of the field in practice 2, it was Leclerc, Latifi, Albon, Tsunoda, Vettel, Norris, Ricciardo, Stroll, Gasly, and Mick Schumacher didn't do a lap because he had a big crash at the end of practice 1, and they had to put a new chassis in for him, so that's why he wasn't able to do any running in practice 2. But to be honest, as I said in my qualifying preview, which by the way, if you haven't checked out, link below in the description for that stream that I did about 7 or 8 hours ago, I think it was. I said in that stream that the running in practice 1 and practice 2 wasn't really representative at all of what we're going to be seeing today. So I wouldn't read really anything into these results, but the reason I'm going over them is just so you guys know, what's happened so far this weekend. So there you go with the practice 1 and practice 2 results. As we've got 7 minutes or so to go until practice 3 begins. There is, or has been, about, 3 hours ago now, pretty much, a couple big bits of news, which is Pierre Gasly being announced, and thankfully he's on the screen right now, on my screen. Pierre Gasly is now confirmed to be going to Alpine for 2023, and Nick De Vries has now been confirmed to be going to AlphaTauri for 2023. I will get more into that in my 2-hour build-up to qualifying, in between, obviously, the end of practice 3 and qualifying beginning in just over 3 hours' time from now. So, don't worry, I will get into it. Probably an hour and a half from now, I guess, is when I'll get into those couple bits of news. So, don't worry, I will get into it. But let me know in the chat, what do you, what do you call it? Sorry, I was just distracted there. Someone in the chat was asking, is this a live stream? Not quite sure how you don't know if it's a live stream or not. What was I going to say? Let me know in the chat, now that the news is official, that Pierre Gasly will be racing for Alpine next year, partnering Esteban Ocon, and now Nick De Vries is confirmed for AlphaTauri, and he'll be partnering Yuki Tsunoda. How do you think those moves will play out for those drivers? Do you think De Vries will properly succeed in F1 and have a good year at AlphaTauri? And for Pierre Gasly, do you think he will make a success of his move to Alpine, which is a pretty big move for him, considering he's been at AlphaTauri for so long, / Toro Rosso, obviously. And how do you think Gasly will get on compared to Esteban Ocon? Let me know in the live chat, and I'll get to your comments when I can. Probably a few of them during the practice 3 session itself at some of the, duller moments of practice 3. But, what do you call it? Just looking at the chat quickly to see what you guys are saying. And Dale Misfit asking, do you watch your cars go round The track will just come up with times that they do. Basically, what we do here is a radio-style commentary, so I obviously can't show the session on screen because it would violate copyright law. So, what I do is I show show pictures from the latest sessions we've had here at Suzuka, and I'll provide some data on screen, such as a timer for the session. And also, I will be updating the live running order as the session goes on and commentating on the session as well. And the same goes, obviously, for qualifying. So, yeah, that's what, obviously, I'll be doing. I think most people here already know that that's what I do. But, yeah, just for you, if you are new, yeah, that's what we do here. Obviously, if I could use the live coverage of the session legally, then I would, but yeah, I can't, so that's not what I'm going to do. But quickly, before we get into practice, we get into, practice 3, just wanted to say quickly, if you are new to the channel, don't forget to subscribe for more content like this, because we do practice 3, qualifying, and race watch-alongs for F3 Grand Prix in 2022. And don't forget to subscribe by hitting the subscribe button, bottom right of the screen. And for everyone watching right now, don't forget to smash that like button to help out the channel. Would be great if you could do that. And let me just quickly look at the chat to see what you guys have to say. Praxis came by to give you your like and listen a little. We'll probably listen the quali after I wake up. We'll be pulling an all-nighter for race tomorrow. Thanks as always, Chazza. No problem. Hello to Anders Eriksson. Obviously, you were around for the stream a few hours ago, so good to see you. Let me see if I find any other ones here. And yeah, hello to everyone, by the way, that is in the chat. Great to see you all as per usual. Just to let you guys know, the temperatures right now at Suzuka, pretty decent. Air temperature, 21 degrees Celsius. Track temperature, 30 degrees Celsius. So, yeah, the track is in pretty good condition for temperature. Celebrity Olympic, which track do you prefer, Monza or Silverstone? It'd have to be Silverstone. The thing is, with Monza, it is a classic racetrack, and I do like Monza, but it isn't anywhere near as tough or challenging for the drivers as Silverstone. Silverstone, I think, is probably top 3 best tracks in the world, to be honest. Not in the world, but maybe on the F1 calendar, I guess you could say. I think in the world, you'd have to think a bit more about that, because there are some tracks that aren't, on the calendar, such as, the Nordschleife, was it Bathurst, that track? What do you call it? I'm trying to think of other circuits. Oh, what's that one in America with the corkscrew? I can't remember what it's called now. Laguna Seca. You got that one. So, yeah. Pretty hard to say at the minute what, where it would place Silverstone amongst all of the race tracks, that we have on the planet. But with the tracks they have on the calendar, it's definitely top 3. And I'd definitely put it over Monza for sure. But we are about to begin, guys. Practice 3. So let me just quickly get up these graphics for you guys, and I'll sync the timer up at the 59-minute mark. And obviously on the left-hand side, that is the running order as usual, but, reset like it normally does. And, yeah, thankfully, a lot of the drivers already in their cars. And like I said a few moments ago, I am expecting them to get out there straight away, really, and start pounding the laps in, because, yeah, now that the conditions are good and they're not risky conditions, they should be able to hopefully, for the drivers and teams, get enough confidence going into qualifying as to how their car is handling around this circuit. And yeah, already plenty of cars on the exit of the pit lane waiting for the light to go green. Actually, pretty much the entire field coming out into the fast lane in the pit lane. And the session has officially begun. Like I said, I'll sync up the timer at the 59-minute mark. And yeah, they all now pile onto track. I don't think they're all piling onto track because they think rain's coming. Because again, I'm pretty sure that it's not really going to rain today. So I think they're just getting out on track, really, so they can get as many laps in these conditions. But yeah, the session has started, and we've got most of the field out there already, which is good to see. And we're just looking there at, I think, Lewis Hamilton doing a practice start at the exit of the pit lane. And an Alpine there, I think, as well. Just doing a practice start as Carlos Sainz, I think, is at the head of the pack of cars. And there you go. 59 minutes to go in practice 3. So, yeah, once we get times on the board, then I'll start updating the running order on the left-hand side of the screen as usual. I'll just readjust that picture. A nice picture there of the Red Bull, which in these conditions should be the quickest car on the entire, or throughout the entire field. That's what I think is going to happen. We'll see in this session whether Red Bull do show that killer speed over a single lap, as Carlos Sainz on the soft compound tyre comes round to start his first flying lap of the day. And he's not too far behind him. He's got an Aston Martin, I think, of Lance Stroll. As Sainz flies through turn 1 and 2. And the Ferrari looking pretty good through those corners. In the first sector, the Ferrari should be good. Maybe not the best car out of all the cars we have, but yeah, looks pretty balanced through the S's. There's a 33.8 for the first sector. I'm not expecting really the first lap times here in practice 3 to be that quick, and to be honest, given that we've not been here in 3 years, I'm not really sure what to expect in terms of lap time. Because also this is the first dry session of the weekend so far. So yeah, hard to tell in terms of lap time what we're looking out for as a properly good lap time. As Carlos Sainz exits the spoon curve and is now coming up to 130R, which sadly is just an easy flat out left-hander. And then into the final chicane, where obviously so many classic moments have happened there at this racetrack. And Carlos Sainz goes quickest for Ferrari. So let me just quickly update that. It was actually Sebastian Vettel who was the next car behind the Spaniard. So it is Sainz quickest, and then Vettel is in second for Aston Martin. And, well, not anymore, because we've now got Lance Stroll up in P2. As Max Verstappen is on a very good first flying lap. He's done a purple first sector, as Lando Norris actually goes quickest, which is surprising. Obviously ahead of Carlos Sainz in the Ferrari, which is normally the faster car. Sergio Perez now goes even quicker, a second quicker than Norris, and goes quickest, but not for long, as Max Verstappen goes about 1.2 seconds quicker, and he is straight to the top of the timesheets. So it is Verstappen top, and then Perez in second, with Lando Norris in third, as for some reason Latifi went into the final chicane. Oh no, he locked up. I was going to say he just went in and went too deep. It looked like it was on purpose almost. But no, he locked up slightly there. But yeah, it's currently Verstappen, Perez, Norris. You've now got Pierre Gasly, newly signed Alpine man, in P4, not for long, as now Daniel Ricciardo is up to fourth. Remember, McLaren, you may remember, they did bring a new upgrade package to the Singapore Grand Prix. Ricciardo now has that same upgrade that Norris had in Singapore. So let's hope and keep our fingers crossed that Ricciardo benefits from that quite a bit. As, it's Gasly fifth with Tsunoda in sixth place. Lewis Hamilton's about to complete his first lap time and goes P12 on the hard tyres, but is 4.5 seconds down on Max Verstappen, so he's doing a race run straight away. Is Hamilton, and here's a replay of Lando Norris going through 130R. What is he doing to the final chicane? Probably locks up, and yeah, locks the inside front and just runs and understeers wide for the first part of the chicane. And yeah, lockups on the inside front, very common into the final chicane. Not just, any old lockups, but we can get sometimes very big lockups there. As Sebastian Vettel, the man who has won this race 4 times previously, comes to the line to finish another lap and goes up to P13. It is sad that this is going to be his final Japanese Grand Prix, but let's hope he goes out from this Grand Prix with a bang. But completing the top 10, it is Carlos Sainz in P7, Alex Albon in P8, and then Ocon in P9, and then Charles Leclerc in 10th position. And then for the rest of the field, you've got Alonso in 11th, Stroll 12th, Vettel 13th, Hamilton in 14th, and then Russell 15th, Bottas 16th, and then Magnussen 17th, Zhou 18th, Schumacher 19th, and Latifi, if I can speak English, in 20th position. So already we have 20 times on the board, and we're not even 10 minutes in, which practice 3 is quite rare. But given how the weekend has gone so far with the weather conditions, it's not a surprise when you look at the context. As Fernando Alonso improves up to P8 in the Alpine on the hard tyre. Alex Albon, though, who's been dropped to P9, looks as though he's on a better lap in the Williams. And in these conditions, Williams are going to be a bit of a dark horse who maybe break their way out of being eliminated in Q1 later. So watch out for Williams. And certainly Alex Albon. Not sure about Latifi, who doesn't seem to know where he's going this weekend. As Alex Albon goes up to P6 with that lap. I can already tell, though, given the gaps between all of the cars, that a lot of teams out there are not really pushing that hard. They're running, harder tyres, but also they're running, I think, quite clearly with a bit more fuel on board to do a bit of, or collect a bit of data for the race tomorrow, which we'll see if it's dry, but my impression from what I last saw of the weather forecast is that it's probably going to be a wet, dry, or dry, wet race. As Fernando Alonso completes another lap, but does not improve his lap time. Yuki Tsunoda in P7 now improves to P5. And Charles Leclerc does another lap, but doesn't improve, but he's not using DRS down the pit straight, so yeah, he's not really pushing that hard whatsoever, which is not a surprise, because they do need to try and collect some data for Sunday's race. Which is looking at Max Verstappen in his Red Bull garage. And now here's a replay of Alonso losing the rear end quite a bit on the exit of the final chicane. We did see there when the conditions were very tricky in qualifying the last time we were here in 2019, when it was held on the Sunday morning, local time, after I think there was a hurricane or a typhoon on the Saturday, if I remember correctly, as Charles Leclerc having a massive moment on the rear end on the exit of Degner 2. Very lucky to hold that one, so good good control by the Monegasque. But yeah, through that final corner, because of the wind we had in that qualifying session, it was pretty tough, that exit of that chicane. And well, the wind is there enough to give the driver something to think about. It's going to be tricky, for sure. We have had a few accidents into the wall right before the start-finish line coming out of that final chicane. As we are looking on the TV broadcast at a McLaren of Lando Norris, who is just, well, let's say touring around, but he's on a, I won't say a longer fueled run, but he's just doing a few laps really on the soft tyre just to see, you know, how the tyre is coping and whether the pace they are generating on it is good enough or not. As, yeah, he goes through for another lap, I'm pretty sure, because they're showing his timer again, but I'm pretty sure that he wasn't using DRS down the pit straight, so this won't be a quick lap or anything like that. As he's just going through the S's, is Lando. And yeah, you can definitely tell that he's got not a lot of fuel on board, but a bit of fuel on board. As the car's not, you know, flying through that first sector like it will later on. So in terms of some proper fast single laps, I don't think it's going to properly pick up until, my guess, is the final say 20 minutes of this session, because again, they want to get some data, or they want to get some running in on the higher fuel so they can collect data for Sunday, which normally they would do in the final 20 minutes of practice too, but they couldn't do that yesterday. As Lando comes through the final chicane. And McLaren car looks, not on the exit of the final chicane does it look pretty balanced. I was going to say it looks pretty balanced for the whole lap, but not really on the exit of the chicane there. But doesn't look too bad from Lando's on board, as Lewis saying it's very gusty, which might explain why certain drivers are having trouble on the exit of the final chicane. And just going to quickly look in the chat to see what you guys are having to say. And yeah, you guys are just commenting on the Suzuka circuit and how great it is. And yeah, it is a great circuit. For me, I think the best thing about it, it's not just the, you know, how close you are to I wouldn't say disaster, but as the note on radio saying, yeah, fucking Alonso doesn't know how to move, as he was trying to let Alonso through, was Yuki there. You are here at Suzuka. You're not too far away from trouble. The gravel traps here are pretty close. There's no tarmac runoffs really here at Suzuka, except for the runoff at 130R and also the spoon curve. I guess you could kind of say the final chicane as well, and also as well, the runoff at turn 1 and turn 2. But except for that, you are pretty close to the for it all going wrong. But I think for me, the best thing about this circuit is the flow of the circuit. It's got such a lovely flow to it. And I think that's why the drivers absolutely love this circuit. As we're now looking at Sebastian Vettel. Again, 4-time winner at Suzuka from 2009, 2010, 2012, and 2013. Did obviously start on pole position in the last ever Japanese Grand Prix, but failed to win through having a poor start as a result of a jump start, and then Ferrari had pretty poor pace that day, that race day at Suzuka, where qualifying was held on the same day as well, which has happened a couple times here in the past in Japan. 2004, I think, was it? That we had a bit of a... Yeah, it was 2004. We had qualifying on Sunday morning, and 2010 as well. So it is common in this part of the world for that to happen, qualifying being delayed until the same day as race day. But thankfully, that won't be the case this year. I remember when I covered the Japanese Grand Prix on the channel 3 years ago. Obviously, you guys, if you ever wanted to, can go and check out that content from, I think, exactly pretty much 3 years ago. I remember I did a... What did I do? I did a qualifying watch-along for an hour and a half, I think. And then I did a qualifying review, because at the time I was recording qualifying reviews right after the session finished. Then about 2 hours later, if that, probably an hour and a half later, I then went straight into the race watch-along. And then did that for about three and a half hours. And I think pretty much by the end of that stream... And then that was it. I did a race review then after the race watch-along as well. So yeah, I did about 4 pieces of content in the space of 8 hours. It was a mental day at Suzuka. And I'm pretty sure by the end of the race watch-along, my voice had completely gone. So yeah, I'm not keen for more experiences like that, where you've got qualifying and the race on the same day. But it does happen. As Max Verstappen is on an outlap, back out on track. On the soft tyres, we'll see whether he properly goes for a push lap here, or rather, will it be him trying to do a few laps on that tyre to see how it's performing with heavier fuel. We'll have to see, as he now begins another flying lap. And he's not got DRS open, so I would say pretty confidently that he's not going for a proper flying lap here. Apologies about my throat, by the way. Obviously, I did do a stream about 7 or 8 hours ago, so I wasn't expecting it to be in great condition, but I will quickly grab a drink, so just give me a second. I'll just quickly have a swig for a few seconds, because there's nothing really going on at the minute, in case you're wondering. Again, Max Verstappen is on a lap, but it's a longer run on heavier fuel, which is pretty clear to see he is on heavier fuel. So yeah, I'm going to have a quick drink and then I'll be right back with you guys in just a second. Right, that feels a bit better than it felt a moment ago. As, yeah, Verstappen is just coming to the end of this lap. And, yeah, he's going to lap about, 4 seconds, probably slower than his personal best. Yeah, 4.6 seconds off his personal best. So, yeah, Verstappen on heavier fuel, quite clearly. As Sergio Perez is now back out on the track, and he's probably going to do the same thing as well. So yeah, we're just kind of waiting for them to get through these heavier fueled runs. We can get some proper action. And there was a replay just then of Carlos Sainz locking up on the entry to Sainz on the radio saying, "Oh, thank you, Charles." Yeah, Leclerc was, 4 or 5 seconds ahead of him. Just coming through the final chicane, I think, to start a lap. Not really sure Carlos can blame him for that, but maybe he was just joking. Probably was, to be honest. And I gotta say, I find it hilarious. Sky F1 at the minute, they're showing a bunch of tweets from like people in the UK about the sacrifices they're making to be up for practice 3. It's like, do they forget that they're broadcasting to an international audience, especially the Americans who have to wake up at 6, 7 a.m. I think just for qualifying a lot of the time. So yeah. Bit weird, to be honest, that they're doing this. I mean, I know it's a British broadcaster, but they are broadcasting to, Australia, America, places like that. So it is a bit weird that they're focusing on, how poor is it for British people when, we have it so good, to be honest. When, people in America have to wake up at pretty much 6, 7 a.m. to catch qualifying and a Grand Prix most of the season. So, yeah, I think we should think ourselves lucky, to be honest, as Sky F1, talking about them, have gone to an ad break. So, what I will do is I will read out your comments in the chat in a moment. I'm just going to quickly check Twitter to see if there's any news. And no, don't think I can see anything. The only thing really that I can see on Twitter is, the news, the official confirmation of Gasly being at Alpine for next year and Nick De Vries at AlphaTauri. Which, like I said, we'll get into later in this stream. Turbo says, yes, some tracks just have a very good rhythm in terms of feel. When I watch China, I don't get that feeling. I don't mind the Shanghai track in certain parts of it. I like the middle sector. Not for, like, racing, but I like... if you're just driving on your own, I like the middle sector. I think it's a good part, or good sequence of corners, especially that fast left-hander and then that fast-ish right-hander just after it. And then, the final sector and, say, the pit straight into turn 1, from a racing point of view, I like. But it's really turn 2, turn 3, and all of that is very pedestrian. to be honest. And yeah, not great. But yeah, when I watch cars at certain tracks, the one thing I like the most is, again, the flow. That's one thing that has been and is still great about the Istanbul Park circuit in Turkey, is the flow of that track. It's not, stop-starty. It's got a very nice flow to it. Let me read out some more comments in the chat if I can. Sparky Pete says, USA says, thanks for acknowledging our struggle here with the times. No problem. Hestra says, where I am, it's often 4 a.m. Good thing I like waking up early. Prank says, Aussie have the worst times. Props to those fans. I just have to wake up at 7 a.m., which I already do. Yeah, I mean, if you obviously work a normal job, as Sky F1, by the way, have come back from their ad break, and Latifi on the radio saying, this wind sensitivity right now is amongst the highest I felt all season, so having trouble with the wind are the drivers out there. What was I going to say? Let me just read that comment again. Who was it from? Prank. Yeah, if you normally wake up at early hours of the morning, it is, it's absolutely fine, but it is still tough. Especially on a weekend where, you've worked, 9 to 5 or 8 to 4 or whatever, Monday to Friday. On a weekend, you kind of want to, lie in. Not, till like 2-3 p.m. in the afternoon or anything, but, you want to have a bit of a lie-in. So you don't want to have to be waking up at 6-7 a.m. still on a weekend to catch your favourite sport. But yeah, that's the reality, unfortunately, for the North American viewers. As we're looking at Lewis Hamilton, who is on an outlap, I believe, and he's just coming through 130R. Don't know what tyres he's on. Hoping it's soft compound tyres, to be honest. And it is. Good to see. So let's see what Lewis Hamilton can do, and whether this is a proper push lap. And yes, it is. DRS is wide open. Let's see if he can unseat Max Verstappen from P1. And through turn 1 and 2. A bit of understeer, slight bit of understeer through turn 2, but nothing too bad. And then into the S's, where, to be honest, this is where the Mercedes car should be at their strongest. And looks good, the Mercedes car, but nothing amazing or special. And yeah, I think it's quite clear to see. And not just visually, but also looking at the lap time or sector data there, the Hamilton is still running a bit of fuel in that car. Because he was almost 0.7 of a second slower than Verstappen in the first sector alone, which I would be very surprised if that was the case in qualifying later. That's Hamilton through the spoon curve. Another part of the track where the Mercedes car should go pretty well. Now enters the long acceleration zone. All the way until the final chicane, where the Mercedes car will not be performing at its best. As Hamilton now 9.5 tenths down on Verstappen. And Hamilton exits the final chicane, and Lewis Hamilton goes P3. As his teammate, George Russell, is on a quick lap also. He's just exiting the spoon curve now. So, yeah, Lewis Hamilton is in P3 now. And we'll see where Russell goes. By the looks of it, as we've got a yellow flag in Sector 2, Now it's green, so maybe someone went off at the Degner briefly. Who knows? Russell, by the looks of it, is going to go into second or third here. Comes to the line, and he goes second by a couple tenths of a second clear of Sergio Perez, who is now in third. But still, almost a full second away from Max Verstappen, which is interesting. So Russell second, Lewis Hamilton now in P4. And here's a replay of Max Verstappen straddling, straddling the exit curb of the second Degner. As I think some further work possibly going on to the car of Mick Schumacher, not quite sure. But as Joe Bauer, the FIA technical delegate, interestingly, having a look at some of the Pirelli tyres at Williams for some reason. But one thing I was going to say quickly is, again, like I said earlier, if you are new to the channel and you're watching for the first time, don't forget to subscribe for more content like this, because we do practice 3 qualifying and race watch-alongs for every Grand Prix in 2022. And also, if you are watching at the moment, then don't forget to, if you haven't already, don't forget to smash the like button. As we've got Zhou, Alonso and Ocon on better laps, it appears. Not anything amazing, but they are better laps, at least. As Zhou Guanyu, who's obviously his home country not too far from Japan, goes all the way up to P6 as Fernando Alonso has just done a purple middle sector in the Alpine. Let's quickly see where Alonso goes with this lap. P2, only half a second down on Max Verstappen, and he did that lap on a harder compound of tyre, which is interesting, as Ocon now goes third. So good laps there by Alpine. Again, on the harder compound of tyre, the harder compound being the medium compound, as Verstappen did his best lap on the soft. So second and third for them. And for Zhou Guanyu, he is P8 after that lap. Actually, hold on. Let me put up to 7th, because Valtteri Bottas has gone up the order. And Valtteri Bottas is now in the top 10, and Bottas is in P7. So Zhou is 8th. Lewis Hamilton climbs a couple positions and goes up to P4. As Carlos Sainz done a purple first sector and a massively quick second sector as well, almost a full second quicker than Verstappen. So we are now, as we're into the final 27 minutes, we're now starting to get those proper quick laps as Carlos Sainz comes to the line and goes quickest by almost 1.1 seconds from Max Verstappen. So Sainz quickest on a 1:30.9. Leclerc currently on a lap, but he's 0.3 of a second down on Sainz after the first 2 sectors, which is surprising. So Carlos Sainz P1, Charles Leclerc surely will go P2, and he does, but he's 0.4 of a second away from his teammate, which is interesting. Maybe he made an error on his flying lap. Here's a replay of Max Verstappen at the final chicane, getting a bit distracted maybe by the Ferrari there, who was slowing down to let him through. And the Verstappen came back into the pits. So nothing really to say in regards to that. But currently, your top 5, Sainz, Leclerc, Verstappen, Alonso and Ocon. And then Hamilton 6th, Russell 7th, Perez 8th, Bottas 9th, and Zhou in 10th. And then the rest of the field, you've got Lando Norris in P11. Kevin Magnussen is P12 with Ricciardo 13th, Tsunoda 14th, Gasly 15th, and then Albon, Stroll, Vettel, Latifi, Schumacher. That is your current order in practice 3 in Japan. As Pierre Gasly in P15 is on a better lap on the soft tyre. He did his best lap previously on the medium, so this is going to be a proper quick lap. As Pierre comes through spin curve now. Slight hesitation through the middle of it from his car, mostly. As Esteban Ocon just flying through 130R that we're just seeing on one of the split screens. As Pierre Gasly, 1.5 seconds at the moment down after first 2 sectors on Carlos Sainz. So Gasly probably going to go up to 8th or 9th place, I'd imagine, with this lap. As he exits the final chicane now. And Gasly to the line. P7 actually. So a good lap there for the gas man. And now we look at Yuki Tsunoda, who is on a flying lap and actually going quicker than Gasly. As Mick Schumacher, I've just seen, has gone up to P15 as Tsunoda exits the final chicane and comes to the line and goes P6, 2 positions now ahead of his teammate Pierre Gasly. So a good lap there by the Japanese star as Lando Norris locks up. Oh no, Daniel Ricciardo, locks up on the entry to the final chicane. I think was a bit distracted by a car on the inside letting him through and had to take to the escape road, the infamous escape road at the final chicane that saw Ayrton Senna disqualified from the 1989 Japanese Grand Prix, thus disqualified from the championship in a very controversial ending to that season. And that was, what, 33 years ago now? As Verstappen saying that Ferrari is in the middle of the road there. Yeah, not great positioning by the Ferrari car there. Because Verstappen can't really position his car to attack the final chicane. But no matter. As Pierre Gasly on another flying lap by the looks of it. Oh no, not anymore. That was earlier. We're now looking at George Russell in the Mercedes, who was on another flying lap. He's not improved his first sector, though. As he comes into the, I think it's the Dunlop hairpin. As a white car, not white car, a white flag waving for a slow car. Which I think it's for the Williams there, but the Williams is just letting through the Mercedes on the quicker lap. And bit of oversteer there on the exit of the spoon. And this isn't looking like a great lap, unfortunately, for Mr. Saturday, George Russell, as Sebastian Vettel, I've just seen, is up to P12 in the Aston Martin. And Lance Stroll has just gone 13th, as Russell does do a personal best final sector, but stays in P9. And just looking at the order now to see if there's any differences. There is, quickly. Nicholas Latifi now up to P18 with just over 20 minutes to go in practice 3. The final practice session, of course, before qualifying later. as Sky F1 have now gone to an ad break, as they normally do. So let me know in the chat, guys, how you think the session is going so far. And if you have any thoughts that you want to put out there, F1-wise, then make sure to put them in the chat. As, yeah, only 20 minutes to go in FP3, which this session, I've got to say, has flown by, really. We've had cars constantly on the track, which has helped. But just to let you guys know, if you didn't know, for the 2-hour gap in between this session finishing and qualifying beginning, what I have planned is my normal video that I'm going to play, a break video, so I can have like a 15-20 minute rest before we get into the rest of the stream. And that video is about the race winner from Singapore. And yeah, we'll get into that soon enough once the session actually finishes. And then after that, we'll get into the Gasly and De Vries news in regards to, you know, them being confirmed for their drives for next year at certain teams. And then after that, we'll get into you know, a preview of the teams going into qualifying, and then obviously go into the session itself. So we've got plenty heading your way before we get into qualifying. Prank says, have you seen Senna in the CRX at Suzuka? Also Senna in the NSX at Suzuka. Yeah, I have seen that. I think is it from 91? I think it is 91, 92 or something like that, where he drives like one of those cars around the circuit. And I think that's actually the famous one of those videos is the famous video that actually shows his very unusual technique he had with the I think throttle pedal that he used to have. You go back and find that clip somewhere. Let's look for some other comments here in the chat. Turbo says maybe the new floor is really working for Renault. Didn't they just come out with a new floor this race or last race? Yeah, in Singapore, Alpine had a new floor. That's one thing I did say in my qualifying preview a few hours ago. Not just for Alpine, but for McLaren as well. I don't think those two teams really got to show their upgrades and like how it had improved possibly their car. And if it is, you know, bone dry today, then we should get to see how good those upgrades have been for McLaren and Alpine. It would be great, obviously, if Alpine were kind of, you know, up there in the top 5, 6 on the grid. But until we actually see evidence that that's possible, I don't think we can really sit here and say that, you know, they're going to be right up there. But looking good at the moment. Also looking good as Sky F1 come back from the ad break. Looking good for Alex Albon in the Williams, who is gone from 20th all the way up to P4 in the Williams. So let me just quickly update that. And he's only 1.4 seconds off the pace of Carlos Sainz as Sebastian Vettel on another lap, but it's not going very quickly. And looking at the order, we do have a couple differences. Sebastian Vettel now up to P11. And Kevin Magnussen up to P16. And then, yeah, the rest of the order is how it is, as we've only got, just over 15 minutes to go in practice 3. As now we're looking at Max Verstappen exiting the final chicane on a flying lap. comes to the line, goes up to P2, only 3.5 tenths off the pace of Carlos Sainz, but very important to remember that Max Verstappen just did that lap on the medium compound tyre. As Sebastian Vettel there, I think just a replay from his front axle of him sliding and drifting his way through the Dunlop hairpin. Yeah, Verstappen did that best lap of his just then that went up to second, 3.5 tenths off the pace of Carlos Sainz on the medium compound tyre. And Carlos Sainz, his quickest lap is on the soft, so if you're a Red Bull fan, don't worry. It is looking good because I reckon the gap or the pace difference between the soft and the medium around this track is at least half a second. So it's looking good for Max Verstappen and Red Bull. Sergio Perez is about to do a flying lap and is on one, actually. Just completed the first sector on the medium tyres as well. Let's see how he does compared to the two Ferraris who have done their best lap on the soft. As Perez and some intensive work going on at McLaren. Not quite sure what McLaren it is. As Sergio Perez into spoon he comes. And the Red Bull just looks very planted, very comfortable as it has all season. And Perez for the middle sector point is 8.5 tenths slower than Carlos Sainz. So this will put Perez into P4, I think, this lap. As he just comes through the final chicane now. Slight loss of rear end grip on the exit. And Perez, yeah, P4, almost a second down on Sainz, but he's only half a second away from Leclerc. And again, I think the difference between the soft and the medium this weekend is about half a second at least. So, looking good for Perez as well, and for Red Bull in general. So I don't think Red Bull will be concerned whatsoever with how the session is looking right now. As we're now seeing a replay of Yuki Tsunoda into the final chicane, clumping the inside curve a bit too hard and unsettling the car. And yeah, the car just lost grip momentarily and he had to pick it back up by steering into the slide. As at the minute, Yuki Tsunoda is in P8 for AlphaTauri. AlphaTauri looking pretty good in this session, 8th and 10th. The only other team really that I'm looking out for in this session to improve in these final 12 minutes is Mercedes and McLaren, I'd say, but definitely Mercedes. I'm looking for quite a bit more from them. 9th and 11th, and they're almost 2 seconds off the pace of Carlos Sainz on the same tyre. They are both now on an outlap though, so we might in a moment see what the true pace at the minute of the Mercedes car is around this track. As Zhou Guanyu in P15 flies through turn 1 and turn 2 on a flying lap, and this looks like a proper low fuel run. So let's see what Zhou can do. Zhou Guanyu, I don't think has ever raced here before. It'll be interesting to see how he does compared to his teammate who won the Japanese Grand Prix last time we were here in 2019. And Zhou for the first sector, only, 6.5 tenths off Carlos Sainz. Not a bad first sector at all for the Alfa Romeo driver. As Zhou exits the hairpin. I've got to say, in qualifying as of late, as my co-commentator that I'll hopefully have around and most probably have around for tomorrow, Niblo, pointed out in Singapore, Zhou has done very well in qualifying as of late compared to his teammate Bottas. And definitely starting to get a hang of things in F1 on a more consistent basis. Zhou now 1.2 seconds down on Sainz. So this is probably going to put Zhou into, what, P7, P8? As he's currently in P15. As George Russell has improved his first sector, but I don't know how good it is. As Zhou comes to the line and goes 5th in the Alfa Romeo. What a good lap that was from the Chinese driver, Zhou Guanyu. As Russell coming up to the middle sector point, and he is only 3.5 tenths off. And Lewis Hamilton, with 10 minutes to go, does a purple first sector. So this is a lot more like it from Mercedes-Benz. As Russell exits the final chicane and goes P4, or up to P4, sorry, 5.5 tenths off. That final sector is definitely a weak point of the Mercedes car. As Hamilton, yeah, purple first sector. What can he do for the middle sector? Can he get in there with Sainz and Verstappen? And for the middle sector, he's lost quite a bit of time. He's actually slower than his teammates in the middle sector, about 4 tenths of a second off Carlos Sainz. As he comes through the final chicane, attacking the inside curve of the first part of the chicane pretty heavily. To the line he comes. Only 5th for Hamilton. And he's about, what? Half a tenth slower than his teammate. So, nothing terrible from Hamilton. But, yeah, that final sector definitely costing Mercedes there. But they are, I wouldn't say within reach, but they're not too far away. They're about as far away as I thought they would be in qualifying trim. My prediction in my qualifying preview was that I thought Mercedes would be probably about 4 or 5 tenths away from the ultimate pace at the very front, whoever's on pole position, which at the minute looks to be about correct. As Daniel Ricciardo is just coming through the end of the S's. As Valtteri Bottas goes up to P7, and Ricciardo has done a very good first sector. Only 2 tenths of a second slower than Carlos Sainz. Very good first sector there for Daniel. As Bottas, yeah, up to P7. Ricciardo obviously down in 18th. This is his first proper quali sim run of the weekend. And McLaren car, gotta say, looks pretty good through the spoon curve. How is his middle sector time looking? Be interesting to see how it is. It's pretty good, actually. It's only half a second down on Sainz after the first 2 sectors. He's going to put himself up to P6 probably with this lap. And only probably a couple tenths away from the 2 Mercedes. As Ricciardo exits the final chicane now. And to the line he comes. And it is P6 for Ricciardo. And yeah, he's about a quarter of a second slower than Hamilton. But that's pretty good. Pace from Ricciardo there. And considering Norris is normally a bit quicker than Ricciardo, McLaren are looking pretty good. As, George Russell there, I think it was, horrendously held up by the Aston Martin. Not sure who it was. Who was, the Aston Martin was just backing off to get a lap start. As Lando Norris, after the first 2 sectors, only 3.5 tenths off Charles Leclerc. He's actually quicker than Hamilton, I think, so far on this lap. As Charles Leclerc, half a tenth up on Carlos Sainz after the first 2 sectors. Lando Norris goes up to P6. And Norris only a tenth and a half away from Hamilton. Looking good for McLaren. Here comes Charles Leclerc. Leclerc goes second. 0.015 of a second slower than the Spaniard, who is on an improved lap. But Lando Norris, yeah, is up to P6. And Lance Stroll, as Carlos Sainz has not done the greatest middle sector. Lance Stroll up to P7 currently. Alex Albon goes P10. I'll update that in a moment. Carlos Sainz comes to the line and does not improve on his personal best. It's, half a tenth slower than his personal best, so not too bad. But, Alex Albon has just gone up to 10th place for Williams. So your top 10 with 5 minutes to go. Sainz, Leclerc, Verstappen, Russell, Hamilton, Norris, Stroll, Ricciardo, Perez, and Albon. One other team we are looking out for here, I would say, is Alpine, because they did some good runs earlier on the harder tyre, the medium tyre, and Esteban Ocon is currently on an outlap. Let's hope he's on the soft tyres, and let's hope Alonso is as well, as Max Verstappen is on the soft tyre, and he's done a purple first sector. Let's see what his middle sector is looking like. It should be good. And it is. Quarter of a second up on Carlos Sainz. Another purple sector. And surely Max Verstappen will go to the top of the timesheets as Verstappen exits the final chicane now. And to the line. Yep, 0.3 of a second clear. Max Verstappen is quickest on a 1:30.6. So it's Verstappen, Sainz, Leclerc, Russell, Hamilton, Norris, Stroll, Ricciardo, Perez, and Albon, your top 10, and then Bottas in P11. Sebastian Vettel is P12. Alonso has just finished a lap and gone 4th. For Alpine, what a lap by Fernando Alonso. That's a special lap there. He's 0.2 quicker than George Russell in the Mercedes. As Mick Schumacher goes up to P14. Let me just update that. That's a run on the soft tyres for Mick. And now Magnussen actually goes up to 14th. As they're getting in their soft tyre runs. And Esteban Ocon, I'm just seeing, is up to 8th place in the Alpine. So, McLaren and Alpine, to me, seem to be a bit closer to the front of the field than expected. Maybe... as Sergio Perez is on a flying lap here. He did miss the apex, though, quite a bit of turn 2. Perez. It seems to me, that the McLaren and Alpine are closer to the front 2 teams than, or the front 3 teams than expected, which I think could be down to those upgrades. Because Ferrari have got an upgrade this weekend, but it's not as big as the upgrades McLaren and Alpine have brought in the last week or so. As Perez having to encounter a lot of traffic and distractions. As we're in the final 2 minutes of play here. And Perez coming to the spoon curve now. I'll let you know what his middle sector time is looking like. Surprisingly, at the minute, you've got the 2 AlphaTauris in the final 4 positions. Tsunoda 17th and Gasly currently last, which is interesting. Sergio Perez is exactly 0.7 of a second slower than Max Verstappen after the first 2 sectors. And Perez, on what's been a scruffy lap, not completely his fault for that, but comes to the line, and Perez only goes P5, but I'm pretty sure he'll be able to do better than that in qualifying with a bit less traffic. And a bit more grip, obviously, in qualifying as the track continues to rubber up. As here's a replay of George Russell at second Degner. And, traffic ahead of a AlphaTauri. And Russell saying almost crashed into the back of Gasly. And, that's just the team not telling the driver or giving the driver of Pierre Gasly accurate information as to who is on a flying lap and when to, move out of the way. As we're now looking at Charles Leclerc on his final flying lap before qualifying. And let's see if Leclerc can get anywhere near Max Verstappen. Still, Charles Leclerc slower than his teammate Carlos Sainz, which was definitely not the case in Singapore, where Sainz was lagging quite far behind. As the checkered flag now flies at Suzuka. But Leclerc will be able to finish this lap. His first sector, though, not very good. We'll see what his middle sector is like. And the order is probably going to finish how it is on screen. But again, we'll see what Leclerc can do here. As he exits the spoon section. And his middle sector, is quite a bit slower. So maybe he's still on the tyres he did his best lap on from a few laps ago. Because he's a few tenths of a second slower than his personal best on this lap so far. As he comes to the line, Leclerc. And he's almost a second slower on that lap than he was with his personal best. And he has now met the checkered flag. And just waiting for some others to meet the checkered flag and see whether anyone will improve quickly before the end. Pierre Gasly won't. He ends up last in practice 3. Not quite sure what's happened there. And I think we're just waiting on Hamilton, Norris, Bottas and Latifi to meet the checkered flag. And Norris has now met the checkered flag. So has Valtteri Bottas. Lewis Hamilton, I'm pretty sure, came out on an outlap just to do possibly a practice start on the grid. And Latifi's now met the checkered flag as well. So guys, that is practice 3 over and done with. Let me just look at this replay quickly of Verstappen. Very close to running out of road there on the exit of the second deck. Now using all of the track available. Pushing the extremes there and keeping it within the white lines of the circuit as well. Very good driving there from Verstappen. Even though he would have given the underneath of his car a rough ride. But that is practice 3, guys, over and done with. And your final finishing order, it is Max Verstappen P1 heading into qualifying. And surely he and Red Bull are the favourites for pole position. Carlos Sainz ended up in second with Leclerc third. Fernando Alonso finishing 4th. He's definitely a dark horse given how Alpine have been looking so far today in the Japanese Grand Prix. And so far today, obviously at Suzuka. Sergio Perez ends up in P5 with Russell in 6th, Hamilton 7th, Norris 8th, Ocon 9th and Lance Stroll in P10. And in the rest of the order, Ricciardo, Albon, Bottas, Vettel, Magnussen, Schumacher, Tsunoda, Zhou, Latifi and Gasly. So that is your final finishing order of practice 3. But stick around, guys, because we've got plenty to get into before qualifying gets underway. And let me just get rid of these graphics quickly and reposition this on screen. And hold on, let me just hide that and redo that. And I'll just quickly set up the timer for when qualifying will begin. Let me just quickly do that. Qualifying should be beginning in about an hour and 55 minutes from now. There you go. So an hour and 55 minutes to go until qualifying begins at Suzuka. Now, one thing I am going to do quickly is I am going to post the link of the stream back out in a couple places, obviously, like I normally do. Firstly, on my community tab, and then on Twitter. Just give me a couple minutes, guys, and then we'll get into the... Oh, yeah, one thing I need to do is I need to rename the stream, don't I? I almost forgot. Because obviously, we're now heading into qualifying. So, there you go. And yeah, let me just quickly post the link out in a couple places. And in the chat, guys, keep your comments coming, because I will read them out, obviously, during the build-up. And yeah, keep them coming in regards to what do you think is going to happen in qualifying today? Who are you going for pole position at Suzuka? Let me know in the live chat and give me your general thoughts going to qualifying here in Japan. Come join us here for build-up to qualifying at Suzuka. And I will, yeah, just quickly post this out on Twitter as well. Let me just quickly get this done. Come join. Hold on. Come join us here for build up to qualifying at the Japanese Grand Prix. And then, yeah, guys, in a minute, I am going to play that video, that Sergio Perez video that I was on about. But, again, about 20 minutes long. And, yeah, you guys will be able to enjoy whilst I have a quick break. But let me just quickly get this posted out. And do a couple more hashtags quickly. There you go. So, those links now posted out. And yeah, we've got 1 hour and 52 minutes to go until qualifying begins at Suzuka. And given how things were looking in practice 3, maybe not in the fight for pole position, because it looks a bit one-sided from what I can see so far. But for the rest of the field, it's looking pretty exciting, got to say. Mercedes not looking as quick as I expected. Alpine looking pretty quick, and so are McLaren compared to Mercedes. And yeah, we've got a decent fight in the midfield as well. Aston Martin looked decent. Alfa Romeo actually looked pretty good with Valtteri Bottas at least. So, yeah, it's looking pretty decent, I think, going into qualifying itself. But I think what I'm going to do is just play this break video. So, just to quickly describe what this video is. It's a video I uploaded on the channel. How long ago? 2.5, maybe 3 weeks ago now. It was in between the Italian and Singapore Grand Prix. Just remember that. This video was uploaded in between the Italian and Singapore Grand Prix. I just want you guys to make sure you remember that when watching this clip. And what I get into is a talking point that has been brought up in 2022, especially in the mid part of 2022, which is, has Sergio Perez been treated unfairly by Red Bull Racing? That's what I'm going to play in a minute on the stream. And actually, quickly, let me just play it and see if you guys hear it. And then you guys can let me know in the chat quickly whether the audio is fine. So, guys, there has been accusations online that Sergio Perez... So, just type yes in the chat if you can hear the audio. All good. And then, yeah, I'll get to playing that on stream. And then make sure as well, guys, to, what do you call it? As prank saying audio good. So I'll play it in just a second. So yeah, I'm going to play this video. Has Sergio Perez been unfairly treated by Red Bull in 2022? Let me know as this video plays in the chat what you think of what I'm having to say. And do you think Perez, even though, yes, he did win the last Grand Prix, has he been, in certain cases, in your opinion, unfairly treated by Red Bull Racing in 2022? Let me know in the live chat. Yeah, I'll play this video, and then I'll see you guys on the other side of it in about 20 minutes' time. So, guys, there has been accusations online that Sergio Perez, even though we know he is the second driver at Red Bull Racing, there's been accusations that Perez has not been treated exactly as fair as maybe he should be as a number 2 driver at Red Bull Racing. So what we're going to look at is the accusations to do with this, and also just look at, has he been treated unfairly, and kind of debunk, I guess you could say, the accusations when it comes to this topic. So let's get into the accusations first. I have seen mostly online, and that is common with how things work, say, with number 2 drivers at certain teams. Here are the accusations. So, not having the same parts as Verstappen and not running the same floor as Verstappen. We have heard a lot of this on, I think, Twitter in the last couple months or so, that Perez hasn't had the same parts as Max Verstappen. Now, in a moment, I will get into why that is, and a pretty reasonable explanation as to why Sergio Perez has not has not been running the same parts, but it is for a good reason rather than a nefarious reason or a bad reason. Also, the accusations not being allowed, always being allowed to race Max. There's been a couple times this season where Sergio has been told to not race Max or let Max through, which has caused some controversy. So we'll get into that as well. And also, being given strategies, it's supposed to say not as good as the number 1 driver, but yeah, we'll also look at whether there's any strategies in terms of the races he's had this season where his strategy has been compromised by having to support his teammate in some way, shape, or form. Now, let's start with the car parts and the running the same floor stuff. Let's start with that first. Now, in the early part of the season, here you can see this is where Sergio Perez won the Monaco Grand Prix brilliantly. At the start of the season, Perez was a lot closer to Max Verstappen than he is now. The reason that is because the car just wasn't suiting Max as much as it was, say, at this point of the season, and was suiting Checo quite a bit more than Verstappen. Now, the reason that is and the reason it's changed in terms of Perez falling away as he has, to the point where he is now losing a lot more pace to Verstappen than he was in the first, say, 6 or 7 races. This was explained by the Red Bull technical director. I know his first name is Pierre, but I cannot pronounce his final name because it's just too difficult for me. But let's get into his comments in regards to the way the car has evolved in terms of design, but also the the setup of the car and stuff like that. So this is what he had to say in terms of the car at times, suiting one driver over the other. He said, quote, "I think it's multiple factors, but the main factor is clearly the car balance. The confidence with the car compared to the beginning of the year when the car was a bit more balanced for him and a bit less for Max. That's why Sergio Perez was performing a bit better at that part of the season than he is now." And then he says, "The development we put on the car during the season seemed to have moved away from what was ideal for Perez," he suggested. And then he went on to say, quote, "Trying to find the right setup for him is quite difficult to get him as confident as he could be to beat or fight with Max." So basically, the reason that Perez has become, say, less confident or just slower, or a big reason, is because as they've developed the car, it's become more suiting for Max, and it has also become, I think, harder for Sergio to set up than it was at the start of the season. And as development of the car has evolved, it has, like I said, it's become just more difficult to find the absolute right setup. When at the start of the season, the Red Bull car didn't really change maybe as much as it has in the last, say, 2 or 3 months compared to the first month or two of the Formula One season. Now, Red Bull, they did begin the year with a heavy car, as we know. They were, I think, 15 kilograms overweight at one point. I think that was at the very start of the season. And as the car has been lightened, it has affected the load points and influenced setup decisions. That's what Red Bull have said in regards to why maybe the car is, different in its in the way you need to set the car up compared to the start of the season. This is also what Pierre had to say, the technical director of Red Bull had to say on this topic. He said, quote, "The weight is an aspect for sure, but it's part of the setup of the car. At the beginning of the season, we didn't have the possibility to move the weight. I think it's everything together, and after you find your performance somewhere, and it's a little bit more tricky to set up the car, it went in favour of Max," he added. And then he said, quote, "I think he's able to drive any car. Now we have to find a way to give a car for Sergio to be performing and to compete, but it's a together aspect." So essentially what he is saying is, the car at the start of the season wasn't suiting as Max as much as it is now, but Max is such a great driver that he can work around that a lot more than Sergio can. When Sergio, and this is quite similar actually to Jenson Button, who was like this a bit when he was in F1, I think, in that the setup is much more important to their performance and their confidence than it is for a driver like Max Verstappen, who can seemingly drive around those issues a lot more, but also they have that just self-belief that they are the absolute best, and that they are gods essentially in their own minds, that they don't get too down on themselves when it comes to having the confidence in the car, because they're able to just, or the driver like Max is able to just drive around it. When for Checo, again, his confidence is a lot more dependent on what you call it, a lot more dependent on the actual setup of the car. And this Red Bull car that we'll go on to now, with this clip of Max driving it in pre-season, hasn't, and the reason it's not suited Max Verstappen, as I'm going to say now, as say last year's cars, the reason, and this is what Helmut Marko had to say, I will provide a link in the description, I think, for this exact quote. His aggressive style hasn't suited these 2022 cars as much because they have less downforce and you can't push the cars maybe, especially on a qualifying lap, as hard as you could previously. So Max, these cars haven't been as suited for him anyway, never mind how the car was at the start of the season. So, Max has had his own issues, and the car has just, as it's got better, got more downforce, got lighter especially, it's become just more suited for Max's style than Checo's, rather than, the allegation, I guess you could say, that they were deliberately developing the car away from Perez. When, if they did do that, I don't think it would be actually still, massively bad. It would still be bad to a certain extent, but I don't think it's quite as, nefarious in the way they've developed this car as people would think. I think they have been just trying to improve the car, and it's just suited Max more so than Checo. Another thing to quickly let you guys know of, and I will post a link to this bit of information in the description of this video as well, of the video that is, coming out. What do you call it? So Red Bull are now running 2 different floors, which you may have heard of. think, from the Belgian Grand Prix. And that was also a bit of I guess you could say, a conspiracy theory from, I think, just before the summer break. Max is running a flaw from earlier in the season that he has confidence in. Checo is running a flaw design that hasn't delivered the step forward that Red Bull hoped. Basically, what happened was a new flaw was trialled from Red Bull in Austria and France, but it didn't give the performance they were hoping for. So because of the cost cap limitations, because they can't just build and bring a new flaw because of those limitations, they are running 2 different flaws to, I think, pretty much collect data and work out how they can improve on, or you'll find a way to just get around the issues with the flaw and just get a full analysis of how the flaw is performing. So again, it is for good reason why they are both running 2 different flaw designs. It's not, again, for nefarious reasons. There is an absolutely fine reason when it comes to that. So in terms of the car parts and the and what do you call it, the different flaw designs and stuff like that, I don't think there's anything wrong being done here. I think it makes absolute sense, to be honest. The car, in reflection, like I said, the car, as it's got better, more downforce and lighter, it's suited Max's style more, and the setup of the car isn't as important to Max as it is for Checo, and that's resulted in it suiting Max a bit more. We have to remember as well, Max was ahead of Perez in the championship anyway after, I think, the 8th race of the season in Baku, which was basically the end of Perez's very good start to the season. And also, yeah, they're running, 2 different floor designs, again, for good reason, because they can't bring a new floor to replace the one that hasn't worked as well. So they're running 2 different floors because that's the best, really, they can do there at Red Bull. But now, let's get into the, I guess, what would you call it? The accusation that Sergio, in a couple races this season, and this is towards the earlier part of the season, that he hasn't been allowed necessarily to race Max Verstappen as much as he would have wanted to, say, for victory of the Spanish Grand Prix, and arguably the Azerbaijan Grand Prix as well. Well, let's get into whether Checo and his fans, I guess you could say, have a fair criticism here. And on reflection, I don't think they do. So let's quickly get into the data. So in Spain, obviously, it was, I think, after Carlos Sainz had his spin at turn 4, it was Leclerc leading the race from Verstappen 2nd, Russell 3rd, Perez 4th, and then Verstappen had his spin, came up behind Perez, and then they decided, Red Bull, to pit Max before Perez and put him on a more aggressive strategy. And initially, the plan was for Max to be on a 3-stop and Perez to be on a 2-stop. In the end, Perez did go on to a 3-stop because his tyres were falling away quite bad compared to Verstappen. But in that second stint of the race, when I think Max overtook Perez the first time in quite easy circumstances, on average in that stint, Max was 1.5 seconds a lap quicker than Perez. So there was no reason to hold up Verstappen and hold up yourself as a team when one driver is that much quicker on average compared to the other driver. And then when Verstappen passed Perez for the second time, which I think is when Perez let him through at turn 4, you can see in that third stint, Max is 1.3 seconds quicker pretty much than Perez on average. And that's before, obviously, Perez's final pit stop. So, yeah, there's no real claim here that Perez, or legitimate claim, I guess you could say, that Perez deserved to be able to fight for the win. He was clearly slower, quite a bit slower than Max Verstappen. Verstappen was on a different strategy, and they had to let Verstappen through in the times they did to allow Verstappen's strategy to work, because they weren't just racing themselves, they were also racing George Russell in the Mercedes and trying to build a gap to him so they could get the 1-2 finish in Barcelona, which they did. And there was just, again, no reason to hold up Max Verstappen. So I don't see how you can legitimately claim that he was, screwed over, I guess you could say, with that Grand Prix and being able to fight for the win of that race. Then we have Baku, where so Sergio Perez got into the lead of the Grand Prix on the first lap, and then it was Leclerc second, Max third. Then the virtual safety car came up because Carlos Sainz broke down. Leclerc pitted, and then it was a Red Bull 1-2, and then Verstappen caught Perez quite quickly, overtook him, but whilst he was overtaking, Perez was told on the radio not to hold him up or not to race Max, and that did cause a bit of controversy at the time. Now, let me, again, explain why what Red Bull did was absolutely fine. Because if you look at, and this average lap time, this is not just the first stint, this is actually from when the virtual safety car period finished, right after Charles Leclerc pitted, up until Max's, I think, first pit stop, or Sergio's first pit stop, I think it was. I think it might have been Sergio's first pit stop. Perez was lapping almost a second per lap slower, and if you actually go look at the lap times yourself, his lap times from when the virtual safety car period finished until his final flying lap before he pitted, his pace dropped off by about 3 seconds or more per lap. His tyres had absolutely gone. That is why they told Perez not to fight Verstappen, because there was absolutely no reason to do so. And it was, again, going to hold the team up when at the time they were in what they thought was going to be quite a close race with Charles Leclerc in the Ferrari to win the Azerbaijan Grand Prix. Obviously, in the end, Leclerc had an engine failure, and they ended up Red Bull with a comfortable 1-2 finish. So in the end, it didn't matter. But again, I just want to debunk that claim, I guess. And the final thing, obviously, I wanted to go through was the race strategies, and has Perez's strategies been in a race been compromised by having to help Max in some way, shape, or form. Going back and looking at all the races this season, I could not find any strategies of Perez that were affected or that were done in a way to help Max purely, rather than trying to help Sergio in the Grand Prix, or in a Grand Prix in 2022. Obviously, in 2021, in a couple of occasions, we did have Sergio's strategy being affected to help Max. Obviously, in the final race in Abu Dhabi, where Perez was clearly on dead soft tyres, they kept him out to hold up Lewis Hamilton. We haven't seen any of that type of stuff in 2022, so there's nothing bad going on there. So on reflection, there's nothing that really Sergio Perez can complain about. Max Verstappen simply is obviously the much better driver, the clear number one of Red Bull, and there is nothing wrong with Red Bull completely building their team around this man, Max Verstappen, who could be go on to be one of the greatest drivers of all time, and is set to dominate Formula One, as I've said in a previous video. So yeah, nothing wrong going on here. And to be honest, with Sergio Perez, he knows what he signed in terms of his contract when he joined the Red Bull team. He knew he was going to be in this position where, even if the car was suiting him maybe a bit more at times than Verstappen, he was still going to have a very hard job to beat Verstappen, even in 2 or 3 consecutive races, which I don't think we've seen at all from Perez compared to Verstappen since he joined Red Bull. He always knew that he was going to have this difficulty, and looking at all the evidence of the accusations, I just don't think there is real evidence that Sergio Perez has been unfairly treated. He's been treated absolutely fine, and it's been great for Red Bull, and will be continuing to be great for the Red Bull team. But guys, let me know in the comment section down below, do you think Sergio Perez has been unfairly treated by Red Bull? Do you disagree or agree with what I'm having to say? And until my next video, guys, it has been me, Chazza HD. Goodbye. Right, so that was my video, like I said before I started playing that I did on Sergio Perez. And yeah, let me know in the chat whether you agree or disagree with what I had to say, and do you think he has been unfairly treated by Red Bull in 2022? Let me know in the live chat if you agree or disagree. But before I get back to showing the slideshow pictures again and showing the timer on screen, which I will get back on screen, guys, in a moment, don't worry about that. I just want to quickly get into a couple bits of news that have come out from the Suzuka circuit in the past few hours. We'll start with Pierre Gasly. And let me just get Alpine's Twitter up, and then I'll switch over to Twitter quickly. And let me just find... here we go. I'll just quickly zoom in a bit. So, Pierre Gasly, as you can see here by Alpine, they announced basically pretty much that he was signed for Alpine for 2023 by saying BWT Alpine F1 team liked by Pierre Gasly. And yeah, Gasly now officially announced at Alpine. And this was announced at 1 a.m. UK time, which was, what, 4.5 hours ago? So, yeah, Gasly officially announced. And, yeah, it's good to see that Pierre, is now at I won't say a team that's going places, but a team that is actually trying to, join the front echelon of teams. And Alpine have been good this season. I wouldn't say they've been amazing, but they've had a good season, Alpine, compared to what 2021 was like for them at times. Even though they did have a race to win with Ocon and a podium with Alonso. In the Constructors' Championship, they were having to fight AlphaTauri tooth and nail to finish 5th in the championship. But yeah, Alpine, compared to AlphaTauri, they are actually trying to make headway on the top few teams. With AlphaTauri, they're never going to be, unfortunately, a front-running team because they are just, I won't say a placeholder team, but they're not supposed to be a front-running team. That's not what their use is for Red Bull, obviously, that owns the AlphaTauri team. That use for the team is supposed to be to test out young drivers, and obviously Pierre's had his go. He's had a great time at AlphaTauri. Obviously, he had memories and made memories at AlphaTauri that we will never forget. His podium in Brazil 2019, that very emotional win at Monza in 2020, great podium as well in Baku in 2021. Some great qualifying results as well. Started on the front row at the Qatar Grand Prix last year alongside Lewis Hamilton. So yeah, he's had a great time at AlphaTauri, but the time has come and the time is right for Pierre to move on to Alpine. He'll be partnering Esteban Ocon, and it's going to be interesting to see how those two get on. Looking at the promo video for Ocon and Gasly, they looked pretty friendly with one another, but, once they start properly racing, and if they have an incident on track, I'm sure it'll turn sour. But my view for next year is that I think Gasly in qualifying will be the superior driver, just about over Esteban Ocon. But I think in the races, I think Ocon will come out on top, and I think Ocon will be ending up better than Gasly in that fight at Alpine. The reason is because I think Ocon, in the last couple of years, especially being teammates with Fernando Alonso, really has proven that he's a very good driver. Not, one of the top drivers on the grid, but I think Ocon has proven that he is a very good driver. And Pierre is not going to have it easy against Esteban. We have to remember as well, with Pierre, that obviously Red Bull Racing, his time there didn't go so well. When he was at Toro Rosso and later, they became AlphaTauri, all of the teammates he had were not really on the same level as him. Brendan Hartley was not terrible, but mediocre. Daniel Kvyat had what's the best way to describe Kvyat? 50% of the time, Daniel was right on it and really good, but the other half of the time, Daniel was, on another planet and definitely not a good planet compared to where Pierre was. And then with, Yuki Tsunoda, even though Tsunoda has had, I think, a pretty good not first year. I think Tsunoda's had a good season this year in 2022, considering how great Gasly was in comparison to him in 2021. Tsunoda, talent-wise, is not exactly a world beater. So this will be a real test of Pierre Gasly and what he, is made of. If he's wanting to be and going to be in the future a front-running driver, then he's got to beat Esteban Ocon. Not comfortably or anything like that, but he's got to beat him at the very least, because if he goes to he is going to Alpine. If he, gets beaten by Ocon over their, time at Alpine, then that is not going to help his stock whatsoever, because if he gets beaten by Ocon, which I think he will, I think Gasly probably just stays in the midfield for the rest of his F1 career. But we'll see how his time at Alpine goes. Let's hope that Alpine are a bit closer to the front of the field next year, which would be good to see the two French drivers closer to fighting at the very front of the field. And we'll quickly go on now to Nick De Vries. As De Vries, now that Pierre Gasly has been announced to be going to Alpine, Nick De Vries is now announced to be going to AlphaTauri. So let me just quickly get up the news about that. And let me just find it quickly. Here you go. I'll just quickly show it on screen for you guys. And yeah, here you go. This is AlphaTauri's post saying, "Welcome to the team. Nick De Vries will replace Pierre Gasly for 2023. And here's the poster for that. And yeah, he deserves it. I said even before his great result at the Italian Grand Prix, his debut in Formula One, where he finished 9th for Williams, that I thought Nick deserved at least a go in Formula One, especially when you consider some of the drivers that have had a go in F1 in the last few years, such as Brendan Hartley, Marcus Ericsson, Mazepin, Latifi. I think De Vries has definitely deserved a chance to show how good he is, showed how good he is at Monza, and as long as AlphaTauri produce a car that is raceable and good enough to fight for points in 2023, I think we'll see De Vries have a decent season. I don't think he's going to be amazing or anything like that. I don't think he's going to be, catching some serious headlines for his performances. But I think next year, De Vries will be probably scoring points at maybe not half the races next year, but a decent portion of the races, maybe 30 to 40% of the races next year. I think De Vries finishes in the points. If the AlphaTauri car can get back to how good it was in 2021, then I think De Vries could finish in the points at most races, to be honest, because I think he's definitely got the talent to at least finish in the top 10 in a car that's, say one of the top 5 quickest on the grid, which the AlphaTauri car was in 2021. So it does depend, like I said, on the car. Hopefully the car is there for him to properly show how good of a driver he is. But yeah, I think he'll have a decent time, and I don't think he'll do too bad at all. And I think he'll do well enough, honestly, Nick, to be on the grid for 2024 with AlphaTauri. And we'll see how he copes against young Japanese driver Yuki Tsunoda, who is getting better all the time, is the young Japanese star. But guys, let me know in the chat, with Pierre Gasly and Nick De Vries and their respective moves to respective teams, let me know in the chat, what do you think of Pierre Gasly going to Alpine, and what do you think, or what do you expect of him going to Alpine, and what do you think will happen with Pierre Gasly at Alpine, especially going up against Esteban Ocon. And for Nick De Vries, what do you expect of him at AlphaTauri, and what do you think will happen, really, with his F1 career? Let me know in the live chat, and I'll get to your comments in a few moments' time. And I'll just quickly get the countdown back on the screen. There you go. Hour and 20 minutes to go until qualifying begins at Suzuka. And you've still got plenty of your comments to go through before we get to qualifying. And I'll be doing a build-up, obviously, with all the teams before we get to the session itself. So, yeah, let me know in the chat what you think. And, well, actually, before I come to your comments in the chat, let me just quickly say that if anyone watching is new to the channel, don't forget to subscribe for more content like this. Obviously, we do practice 3 qualifying and race watch-alongs for F3 Grand Prix in 2022. And for everyone watching right now, if you have not already, don't forget to smash that like button. Obviously, help the channel grow. Right, there's a lot of comments in chat, I've got to be honest. Let me try and go through some of the best ones. Somber Mike says Verstappen is the golden boy. Checo knew he was going to play second fiddle to him. Yeah, true. And as I went into in that video, it wasn't quite as simple as, you know, oh, they've just, you know, built the car to Verstappen's liking, or they, you know, developed it deliberately in Max's way. It just happened to be that way with the way the development of the car went. And Helmut Marko even said, when was it? I think end of April this year, that the 2022 cars, or at least the 2022 Red Bull, was not really suiting Max Verstappen as much as it could. And we saw, obviously, at the start of the season that even though he was doing well, he's driving well, he wasn't in his absolute top form. But now that the car is more so to his liking, we can see just how great he has been. Turbo says Verstappen will probably clean house. I was hoping Mercedes would bring the fight, but not looking like it. Let's look at some other comments here in the chat. McLaren and Alpine looking closer to top 3 teams in FP3, says Prank. Indeed. Will be interesting to see whether, you know, if Mercedes have a bit of trouble in qualifying, which they can do at times. Mercedes have a bit of trouble. There's been plenty of times this season when they've been out-qualified by one of, if not, with both cars, been out-qualified by a midfield runner. So, yeah, qualifying, we know, still not their strongest point. Let's look for some other comments here in the chat. There's a guy here saying, I want him to DNF, not because I don't like him, but because it would make the championship a little bit more interesting. Just a tiny bit, but hey. In regards, obviously, to Max Verstappen, who can win the World Championship this weekend. By the way, I haven't made a permutation graphic like last weekend. The reason is because I wasn't able to really, in time, calculate the permutations. I just didn't have the time to. But it is actually pretty simple, the permutations, or, you know, what Verstappen needs to win the World Championship. He's 104 points clear of Leclerc, who is second. He needs to be Max 112 points clear of whoever is second in the championship to be world champion at the conclusion of tomorrow's Japanese Grand Prix. So, if Max Verstappen wins tomorrow's race and gets the fastest lap, then no matter what Leclerc does, he will be world champion. So, yeah, it's pretty simple, to be honest. And given the pace that Red Bull and Verstappen showed just there in practice 3, it's going to be tough to stop and get in pole position, which, yeah, I'll get more so into that in my build-up into qualifying itself. Let's look for some comments here in the chat. You guys, a lot of people talking amongst themselves. Good to see. Miroslav, when is this starting? Not sure when that comment was posted, but yeah, hour and 15 minutes until qualifying gets underway. Celebrity Olympic says, speaking of Perez, this is kind of dark. I had him in a dream where we were racing around Paris. He crashed and his car burst into flames. His halo wasn't strong enough and he died. Well, I'm not sure why you've said that. Don't tempt fate. Yeah, that's a bit weird, but dreams are a bit weird, to be honest. But yeah, let's hope we haven't tempted fate there. Let's see if we can find some other good comments here. Turbo says, what Honda did last year with their new engine has some of that old school flair by changing some of the engine geometry, like ball spacing and crank and rod journal overlap and changing valve angle. I've got to be honest, I don't know anything about all of that stuff. I'm not saying you're incorrect. I'm just making the point that yeah, my knowledge of the technical side of F1 is still lacking, but yeah, with the power units, it's even more lacking, to be honest. If we're going to find some other comments here, Michelle K actually says De Vries a very good driver, no young rookie. I think that's one thing that helps De Vries a lot, actually. Is I know people say, oh, he's 27 or 28 years old, his time has passed. I mean, yeah, we are used to at this point, drivers are getting to F1, coming into F1 between the ages of 19 and 23. But I don't think him coming in at 27 or 28 is actually that bad of a thing. What it means, to be honest, which I actually think plays more so into his hands, is he'll have a lot more experience than, say, his teammate for next year, Yuki Tsunoda, had when he came into F1. De Vries has raced in, F2, Formula E, some, not absolute best of the best top tier series, but, very competitive series for sure. And obviously had the success that he's had in those series as well. And to be honest as well, with De Vries coming in to F1 at an older age, it's kind of reminiscent of what we used to have in F1, where you would have, back in the day, drivers, and they were back then considered young if they came onto the grid at De Vries' age. Coming onto the grid at 25, 26, 27, and they were considered young drivers, but they did have plenty of open wheel experience before they actually got into F1. I mean, Ayrton Senna, for example, was 24 years old when he came into F1. Michael Schumacher was 23, I think, or 24, and already was racing in the World Sports Car Championship, which is now the World Endurance Championship. Let me just quickly look. Michael Schumacher was actually 22, but still, considering how talented he was, that is still quite a bit older than it would have been if Michael was, had been 22, 20 years later. He would have already, at that point, at 22 years old, been in F1 for a few years, to be honest. So, I don't think it's actually that bad, him coming into F1 at an older age. Prank says, I think Red Bull looking to put Nick next to Max in 2 years. I don't think so. I don't think they're going to do that. I think they're more likely, to be honest, to put Yuki Tsunoda alongside Max Verstappen. But looking at the whole Red Bull driver saga at the minute, I think Verstappen and Perez at Red Bull, I don't see any change there whatsoever. Not just for, next year and the year after, being 2024. But I even think 2025, 2026, I think Red Bull will probably just keep it the same. I mean, look at Lewis Hamilton and Valtteri Bottas. They kept that lineup around for quite a while, and it was a pretty successful lineup for them. They kept it around for, 5 seasons in total. So, yeah, I think Red Bull will keep those two around as teammates at the main team. And then, yeah, we'll see how De Vries, Tsunoda, and whoever else gets to race in that car. We'll see how they do. And whether they can maybe force their way into the top team. But most likely, I think Verstappen and Perez are the duo at Red Bull until at least the next era of Formula 1 begins in 2026, when we get new power unit regulations. Let me look at some other comments here in the chat. I've just scrolled a bit too far. Let me just really scroll up. Dane, do you think Tsunoda will win 4 world championships in Red Bull? If he does, I will literally, I don't know, I don't even know what I would do. I would do some sort of mental challenge if he actually did that. That would be the shock of the century. If Yuki Tsunoda won 4 world championships. If he won 1 world championship, that would be mental. To be honest, we've never had a Japanese driver win a world championship in F1. Have we ever had a Japanese driver win a race in F1? I don't think we have. Takuma Sato's finish on the podium. He was obviously Japanese. And was it Satoru Nakajima? Did he get a podium back for Lotus back in the day? I can't remember, but I don't think we've ever had a race winner from Japan in F1. Alex says, Alex Lavuta, I think it is, says, thanks for the live show. No problem. Great to see you here. Celebrity Olympics says, or asks rather, do you think Spa, Monza, and Silverstone should be held within 3 weeks of each other? They are the greatest F1 tracks by far. Maybe you could, in like a celebratory way, you know, celebrating the greatness of those tracks in a row and the, you know, the absolute best tracks for Formula 1. But to be honest, I think the races where they are on the calendar are absolutely fine. I know the Belgian Grand Prix is now going to be taking place for next year at the end of July, when normally it would be at the end of August or the very start of September, the Belgian Grand Prix. So yeah, that's a bit mental. We'll see how that goes. The weather should be a bit better though for the Belgian Grand Prix being held in July. July normally in Europe is pretty hot. So yeah, we'll see how that goes. But yeah, I think where the, you know, races are placed on the calendar, it's already fine, to be honest. Dane asks, what are your thoughts on Alonso saying Hamilton 2017 title was too easy? I completely disagree. I mean, Ferrari and Vettel definitely gave them a much easier path to the championship than they should have had, but it wasn't easy at all. You have to remember, Sebastian Vettel led the championship from the first race all the way into, I think, the 13th race in Italy. So, yeah, it wasn't easy at all. I mean, yeah, Ferrari and Vettel, they definitely opened the door massively for Hamilton to walk through and take the advantage in that title fight. But yeah, it was a tough fight those 2 years still for Hamilton and Mercedes. Again, I know Vettel and Ferrari, you know, made their mistakes and all of that, but it was still tough to a certain extent. Let's see if I can find some other comments here. Paul Bartolo, good to see you. Says, I think AlphaTauri may actually be getting the better deal. Tsunoda on the up, and Nick may do very well and may make a better match for Max in a year or two. Yeah, it's possible. I mean, as long as Sergio Perez, in my view, just keeps doing the job that he's done this year, I don't see Red Bull getting rid of Perez unless De Vries or Tsunoda puts in a really superb effort and job in that AlphaTauri car, which you never know is possible. I will say with Yuki Tsunoda, I think he's going to be not like a great F1 driver. When I say great, I mean he's not going to be like a title contending F1 driver, but I could definitely, if he has like 2 to 3 more years of experience in the midfield, say with AlphaTauri, and keeps improving, keeps getting more consistent and quicker, I could absolutely see him as a number 2 driver at Red Bull and it working out. So yeah, I think definitely that's possible for Tsunoda, and yeah, for De Vries obviously does help that he is Dutch, and maybe that will help him possibly get a Red Bull seat in the future. No Japanese drivers ever won an F1 race. Says Turbo, and yeah, Prank saying I think you're right there, Chazza. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think there has been a Japanese driver ever to win an F1 race. Again, I think the podium sitters that have been Japanese, I think, are, again, Satoru Nakajima, Aguri Suzuki, I think, had a podium once. Pretty sure he did. I think it was at Suzuka in 1990. And then, yeah, Sato, Kobayashi obviously had a podium in Japan in 2012. What a moment that was. 10 years ago as well. What... how much time has passed? 10 years since that Grand Prix. Which, honestly, that Grand Prix feels like it only took place about 5 years ago at most. Yeah, that's truly mental. Ewok says, "Go Chazza, hello everyone." Yeah, good to see you, mate. And by the way, a massive appreciation for the comment you posted on my qualifying preview, Ewok. Before I started, yeah, massively appreciate that comment. Yeah, just thank you so much for that. Does mean a lot. Let's see if I can find some other comments here. Miss Marquis says, "I've noticed there's a lot more people watching this stream than normal with this time slot." Yeah, I have noticed that as well. I'll be honest, I wasn't expecting to have that many people on until really qualifying got going, because at least qualifying gets going, 7 a.m. UK time, which is, not too bad of a time, considering people tend to wake up at that time anyway to go work and that. But, yeah, I'm surprised at, the viewership, but that's obviously thanks to all you guys, but also, my viewership is not just limited to Europe. It is... I've got plenty of viewers in North America, Australia, possibly New Zealand as well. So, yeah, great to see you all here. And obviously, for you American viewers, the timing of the sessions this weekend, still not absolutely ideal, but much better than what you would get for the European races, but it's going to be good for the American viewers who are hopefully watching at the minute, because obviously next Grand Prix, US Grand Prix, then the Mexican Grand Prix, and then the Sao Paulo Grand Prix, and all of those races on at very good times for them. So yeah. Turbo says Tsunoda has been lucky that the Red Bull Junior Driver Academy drivers have not done well last couple years. Yeah, I see your point there, and I agree to a certain extent. There has been a couple drivers in the Red Bull program that this year and just in the last couple years in general have not quite been as good as maybe I expected. Yuri Vips being one, obviously with the the racial slur he said on stream, the gamer word he said on stream. What a fucking idiot he was for saying that. got kicked out of Red Bull. Now is absolutely, Red Bull have absolutely cut ties with him, so that he has no chance of being in a F1 seat now, pretty much. And he hasn't performed well enough on track either to be in F1. Liam Lawson, I think, is a good driver in general, in motorsport, but I wouldn't say has proven yet he is an F1 caliber driver. And then you have, was it Jake Hauger, I think it is? He won the F3 title in 2021, but hasn't had a good year. So, yeah, Tsunoda is lucky to a certain extent, but he has also picked up his own performance. It's not like he's, been touring around a lot. Celebrity Olympics says the Ferrari management at the factory should have already fired Binotto and Rueda. Rueda is the leader of the famed Ferrari strategy. Oh, that's one thing to mention quickly. Is what was it? Toto Wolff, Mattia Binotto, and Zach Brown. Was Zach Brown in Singapore? I can't remember if he was exactly. But those three are not at the Japanese Grand Prix this weekend. They're back in England. The thought, or the rumour, which I wouldn't say has much substance at all, really, but the thought from a certain F1 journalist was maybe with Toto Wolff and Mattia Binotto, maybe they're back in Europe because they're preparing for a legal case, because obviously the Red Bull cost cap situation is dragging on, because the FIA, who was supposed to announce the findings of, who, if anyone, had broken the budget cap restrictions for 2021, it was supposed to come out on Wednesday, but they delayed it till Monday, which obviously is the day after the Japanese Grand Prix. So we will see what happens with that. And just a reminder, by the way, obviously it'll be live tomorrow for the race day. But on Monday, I will be live at 6 p.m. UK time. And if there is a proper announcement and something to go through, then yeah, that's what we'll be going through on Monday's stream, is the Red Bull cost cap situation and whether Red Bull have broken the regulations. And if they have, we'll get into, how much by and what's caused it to happen and all of that. But just to let you guys know, because obviously we've got, 57 and a half minutes to go until qualifying begins. I just want to let you guys know what the plan is for tomorrow for race day. So I will be going live tomorrow at 4 a.m. UK time. Firstly until 5:30 a.m. for the race preview. And then from 5:30 a.m. until 8 a.m. UK time, I'll be live with my co-commentator Niblo for the race watch-along. The race starts, reminder, at 6 a.m. UK time. And then for about an hour after the race finishes, I'll be live still with a race reaction. So make sure to come around for that tomorrow. What could be a very exciting Japanese Grand Prix. Ewok says percentage chance of Max winning the race and championship tomorrow. I would say 75-80%, to be honest. If it does rain on Sunday, which it is looking likely, in my view, from what I've seen, I think that could possibly throw a double six. But yeah, I think most likely Max Verstappen is going to win the race and win the World Championship. But we'll see if anyone is able to stop him. Curtizi, hey guys, who do you think will be on pole position? Leclerc, Verstappen, or someone else? I am going to go Max Verstappen for pole position. One thing I will do, though, as long as it doesn't crash the stream like it did a couple times, or not, it didn't really crash the stream, but it made the stream freeze a couple times last week. I am going to try and do a poll in chat to see, who you guys think is going to get pole position. We won't be doing that, though, for quite a while, because obviously we've still got 55 minutes to go until qualifying. So I'll probably do it in about 45 minutes from now, that little poll. Turbo says, I don't know if Tsunoda would have gotten to AlphaTauri so quickly after he got the super license points if it were not for Honda. Yeah, it definitely helped, but you need that, not just in motorsport, but in life, don't you? You need people to support you and to help you along. You can't just do it all by yourself. So, you know, Tsunoda, yeah, he's needed that help, but I think he's had not a great F1 career so far, but I think he's had a decent career so far, Tsunoda. There's definitely potential there, Tsunoda, for him to be a good, solid midfield driver, but he just needs more time, I think. He's had a good year this year. I think if the AlphaTauri car this year was as good as it was last year, then I think people would be definitely shouting out Yuki Tsunoda a lot. T-Dog says, so tired of hearing about this cap mess, same video after same clickbait video. Well, yeah. I mean, I haven't done a video on it so far, and the reason I haven't done a video on it is because I want to actually wait to see, you know, when it's announced, I want to see what's actually gone down rather than, you know, going off assumptions based on rumors or anything like that. Yeah. Wayne says Max can only win the championship with a win in the fastest lap, so I can't see that happening. Ewok says, remember that the cost cap breach was for 2021. It shouldn't have taken this long for the FIA to come to a conclusion. Yeah. It really, I think a reasonable expectation would be that Red Bull should, well, not Red Bull, sorry, that the FIA should be really finalizing the financial details for, you know, who has spent what, say the following April, May of the following year. So yeah, 6 months ago, really, I think this should have been already sorted. But the FIA are the FIA. They are not anywhere near as good of an organization as you would hope and expect them to be honest. Prank says Kazza is about facts only. Yeah, absolutely. Well, it's like with what do you call it? You remember the flexi floor stuff with that came out during, I think, was it during the British Grand Prix weekend? I think it was actually on the race day of Silverstone. It actually came out. People were like, "Oh, Red Bull and Ferrari were running flexi floors, you know, disqualify them for the championship, all this rubbish." And then, you know, the technical directive came in, the Belgian Grand Prix. We've not seen any evidence since the technical directive that actually Red Bull and Ferrari were running illegal floors. And we haven't seen any evidence at all, even before the technical directive, that they were running illegal floors. And to be honest, when you actually, because I did delve into the rumors to see like where the evidence is, there's pretty much no evidence to implicate Red Bull and Ferrari as, you know, having broken the rules when it came to the floors. The only thing that people go off of is Red Bull and Ferrari were objecting to mid-season changes to the cars. I think there were also another team that was as well. Maybe I'm wrong about that. Don't quote me on that. But that's the only bit of information really to go off of. But it's like assumed that they were doing or that they were running this system when we don't know that for sure, and we've not seen any evidence since the technical directive came into effect. at the Belgian Grand Prix, we've seen no evidence that it's actually had an effect. Mercedes have not really been any closer to Red Bull and Ferrari than they were before the summer break. So I don't really see, the difference. Or not the difference. I don't really see, what the story is, to be honest. Lab Gorilla says 6 a.m. UK time. Haven't slept at all. Played FIFA the whole night and morning. Sounds like me about 6 years ago, to be honest. But, yeah, it's now, 10 past 6 a.m. UK time. And we've got 50 minutes to go until qualifying. And, yeah, great to have you guys here for the build-up to the session. And we'll be getting underway, hopefully, soon. Hopefully the next 45 to 50 minutes or so does fly by quite quickly. Probably, just to let you guys know, probably in the next 15 minutes. Say the next 15 minutes, I'm probably going to post a link out onto Twitter again and my community tab, and then move on to actually talking about the teams respectively and get into some final stats and that before the session gets underway, so we aren't far away from getting into the proper build-up. T-Dog says, Monday, you mean the next Monday? Then the next? I mean the Monday, the Monday that's coming up. This Monday, the 10th of October. Again, the day after the Japanese Grand Prix. Turbo says the cost cap might be a total different story. Who knows until Monday? Ewok says, I don't know how Chazza could be so light and awake. I feel like a zombie. I'll be honest. I wouldn't say I feel like a zombie, but I don't feel not like a zombie, if that makes any sense. I'm like in this weird in between. But yeah, I am pretty knackered, to be honest. I mean, I have been awake now for 1 hours, I think now. So by the time we get to the end of qualifying, I'm going to be pretty tired. So yeah. But the reason in my streams, even if I'm tired, I sound still quite energetic is because I am so... I've got so much adrenaline pumping through my veins when I do a stream, especially when it's a, qualifying day stream or a race day stream. Yeah, my adrenaline is going quite a bit, even if I'm knackered. If I didn't have this type of adrenaline, I would be nearly falling asleep, to be honest. But yeah. Let's find some other comments here. I'm going to try and read out another 10 minutes or so of comments, and then we'll get on to the team's preview going into the session. And by the way, good night to Prank, who's obviously been around for a couple hours of the stream so far. Cheers for coming around. Dane asks, how come Yuki's been good this year? He has made more mistakes and he's been worse than Joe and Mick. I wouldn't say he's been worse than Mick. I think, yeah, you could say he's been worse than Joe, arguably, but again, you also have to factor in, who their teammates are. It's a bit of a tricky comparison, to be honest, comparing Tsunoda, Schumacher, and Joe. I haven't really thought about it. Maybe I should do a little piece on that at the end of the season. Wayne, did you say you're posting a link for Twitter on here? No, I was saying that I was going to post a link to the stream on Twitter so people can come from Twitter to here. But yeah, if anyone in the chat who is watching right now, if you want to keep up to date with my content, as Rooksfoot's just posted there in the chat, my very loyal moderator and very good moderator, yeah, at ChazHD5 or ChazHD on Twitter if you want to keep up to date with the content on the channel. I was just going to quickly, with 45 minutes to go now until qualifying, I was just going to quickly get into something in regards to content for the rest of the year. So obviously we've got, after this weekend, we've got 4 more races where I'm going to do, lots of content for this. No worries about that. There's going to be plenty of content for those races. But because I'm at uni now doing film media and photography, and I'm just coming up to the time of year where I've got to start doing proposals and start actually doing the assignment work. In terms of recorded videos on the channel, it's not going to be quite going as I planned. Say if I wasn't at uni a few months ago. What I am going to be doing is I will be working on recorded videos, but they will be like longer term project videos, if you know what I mean. Or like longer form videos rather than just, a 10-15 minute video here or there. So, for example, I'm working on a video at the minute which is covering how Max Verstappen won the World Championship. Obviously, we'll see when he wins the World Championship, probably this weekend, and I'm hoping that video will come out before the US Grand Prix, or at least before the end of the month. And then there's a couple other videos I'm working on, which is, well, not working on, but I am going to start work on very soon, which are, again, longer form content, which is, I'm going to do a Sebastian Vettel career tribute video, because obviously his career coming to a close in about a month's time. And then I will do what you guys I know are waiting for. You're absolutely salivating for it. A Ferrari season review. So, yeah, because again, I'm at uni, I'm going to just, if I'm going to do recorded videos, I'm just going to concentrate on like the bigger projects for the recorded videos, because I think that's, a better way of doing things. Super Mario Sanders says it's crazy to know Verstappen just needs to winning fastest lap to win the World Championship. Yeah, despite how the last Grand Prix went in Singapore, which was quite a messy one for him, not just for him but other drivers as well. Yeah, it's pretty simple how he can get the job done this weekend. And let me find a few more comments. And cheers, by the way, Miss Marquise, for posting that. Saying subscribe if you're not already. Best up on Stream Online. Thank you very much for that. Lab Gorilla says my Twitter account got closed down. Can't even remember why. I said something about Ferrari and I got shut down. Yeah. Maybe you just went a bit too overboard. But, couldn't remember or something like that. Lab Gorilla also says, you and Chazza are made of hard stuff. I'm about to pass out after my FIFA marathon. Let me see if I can find some other comments here. Turbo says, I just literally... I just see literally F1 going for the fastest lap and Max wins tomorrow. Teams out of the top 10 will even go for it. I don't think you'll see that. I don't think the other teams really, the midfield teams, I don't think they really care about the fastest lap because they're not in a position realistically to get the fastest lap. It's more something for the top teams to focus on. Lab Gorilla says, maybe Ferrari should or could donate some of their budget to Mercedes and help them catch up to Red Bull. It would definitely help. By the way, to answer Wayne, yeah, just if you type in on Twitter ChazzaHD and then the @ on Twitter is ChazHD5, then yeah, you should be able to find it. Tom Simon, what are you studying in uni? Film media and photography, which is pretty much what I'm doing here. in terms of like moving image stuff in a way with the channel. But what I'm hoping is obviously that I get very good qualifications for it. So I can, move on in life maybe to getting like a very good job maybe in this field. But one thing I am really hoping it does is it improves the way I do content on this channel. That would be nice, to be honest. And I think it would, well, hopefully, fingers crossed, improve the, content on the channel and, with me being on the course and, lead to the channel growing a bit more. Super Mario Sander predictions for quali. I'll get into that in just a moment. And actually, I think with 39 minutes or 40 minutes now to go, I am going to now just quickly post the link out in a couple places so people can join. And then I will get cracking into the final bit of build-up for qualifying here at Suzuka. Guys, whilst I'm going through the build-up, though, let me know in the chat, what do you think is going to happen in qualifying? Firstly, for the top 3 teams, who do you think wins that battle and who do you think gets pole position? And let me know for the midfield teams and drivers, how do you think they will get on as well? Let me just quickly post this link out. Come join us here to watch along qualifying at Suzuka. And I will just quickly post it on Twitter as well. And then, we'll get cracking. And I will try, as long as it doesn't break my stream in any way or freeze my stream, I will try to do a poll in the chat like 10 minutes before we start. Or 10 minutes before we get into the session. So I will get your guys' opinion for sure in the chat. Let me just quickly post this on Twitter and do the hashtags. If you're wondering, if you didn't watch practice 3 and you're wondering, what the weather conditions are like, it is dry. It's bone dry. Bit of wind about. It's not the easiest conditions, but yeah, it is dry at the Suzuka circuit. And let me just post a couple more hashtags. And there you go. So, oh, hold on. I've had a load of notifications on my Twitter. Let me just check what that is. Probably people following me or sending me messages. And yeah, I can see a couple people have just followed me. Good to see you. But anyway, let's move on from that and let's now get into the build-up for qualifying at Suzuka. By the way, we are only 3 likes away from 100 likes. Let's try and get to 100 likes, guys. If you haven't liked the stream already, then make sure to smash that like button. That would be great. So I'm just going to quickly turn my skybox on to see what's going on at Suzuka, see if the weather is still A-OK, and it looks to be the case, thankfully. Anyway, let's get into the build-up here. 36 minutes to go until qualifying begins at Suzuka. And we will start with Red Bull Racing. And yeah, from what we saw in practice 3, Red Bull have the quickest car in dry conditions. I don't think there is really any doubt about it. Max Verstappen, as long as things go swimmingly, I don't see how Max Verstappen is stopped today. I think Verstappen is 100% getting pole position. The only way he gets stopped, I think, is if he either makes a big mistake, which is getting more and more rare with Max, or if, he has a reliability problem, some sort of engine cutout or something like that, or fuel problem that we maybe saw at the last Grand Prix weekend in Singapore. I just don't see how Verstappen is stopped. The reason Red Bull are so quick here is because this circuit is so high speed. In the second half of the lap, most of it in that second half of the lap is just flat out. And that obviously suits Red Bull a lot. They have a few kilometers an hour advantage in a straight line over the rest of the field. And because there is rain probably coming tomorrow, teams like Ferrari and Mercedes, they cannot combat that by running less wing, because it will hurt them tomorrow if that rain does indeed come. So, Red Bull have a clear advantage here, and I just don't see on pure pace Ferrari or Mercedes beating this team. The only question I think there is really with Red Bull is, or not with Red Bull, but what will Sergio Perez do? Can he get in the mix in the top, say, 3? I think really, given the pace of the Red Bull and what we've seen in the dry so far today, they really should be first and third on the grid. You could make the argument that Red Bull have the pace to lock out the front row. I wouldn't quite go that far, but Perez really should be, I think, in the top 3 on the grid. The pace is there. Perez is good to a certain extent at this track. He doesn't have an amazing history around Suzuka, but he does have a decent history. He's had a couple good races here in the past for midfield teams. So, he should be decent enough. We'll see with Perez where he can end up. But with Max Verstappen, all he needs is a race win and a fastest lap tomorrow to become world champion for the second consecutive year. If he gets pole position, I don't see how he doesn't win the race tomorrow. Whether he gets the fastest lap or not, obviously, is dependent on a multitude of things. But looking good, looking very, very good for Max Verstappen to get pole and to win the World Championship in 2022. And actually, hold on. I've just noticed something on my settings. Sorry, I've just noticed something on my settings. For some reason, my monetization is off on my stream. It must have been copyrighted for something then. No idea why, or that's maybe just a glitch. I'm not sure why. Anyway, let's move on from that, and we'll go on to the Ferrari team. And Ferrari, their pace is good. It's nothing terrible or anything like that, but really, they're not on the pace of Red Bull. I'd be very surprised, to be honest, if Ferrari could, on pace, finish ahead of both Red Bulls. I just don't see how that's going to happen. They would have to, not the team, really, with the setup of the car, but they would have to, one of the drivers, hook up one hell of a lap, really, to win. Or not to win, sorry, but to, to finish on pole position today. It would take something very, very special for that to happen, because, we saw in practice 3, Max Verstappen quickest by 0.3 of a second, which is, a pretty decent gap to have over, your supposed main rival. So, Ferrari, I think the best they can do is second and third. And if it does rain tomorrow, I think Ferrari have got a good wet weather car. So second and third on the grid wouldn't necessarily be a disaster, to be honest. So, I don't think, if you're a Ferrari fan, for example, and you're depressed coming into this session because you think Ferrari don't really have a chance of getting pole position, not the end of the world, because like I said, if it does rain tomorrow by quite a bit, they've got a good wet weather car, Ferrari. We've seen that this season. Obviously, the British Grand Prix, we saw in qualifying there, them get pole position. And in Singapore last weekend, in the wet, they had good pace. Maybe not, all the time the best pace, but it was good pace Ferrari had. So the potential is there in those conditions to have, a very good weekend. But in the dry qualifying that we're going to get in half an hour's time, I think Ferrari are just lagging behind, and they're just lacking fundamentally 2 to 3 tenths of a second. That's just too far, really, for Ferrari to be able to fight with Verstappen. If they were only a tenth of a second or so away, then I would say that maybe, Max is favourite, but it's going to be close. But I just don't think it looks quite that good for the Ferrari team. Just quickly, reading in chat, a super chat from Turbo, who says, for $5, thanks, Chazza. Did you just get super chat? I tried the last few weeks and I swear it wasn't available. For some reason, I don't know if it's a glitch, but it must be a glitch or something, because I always put monetization on unless I've just forgot to do it this time. But for some reason, it says monetization off. I'm pretty sure if you've donated, that means it is actually on. Anyone in the chat, if you want to, you can try and confirm that for me if that is true. That if super chats are available to be sent, then that surely means that monetization is on. But I'll be honest, my knowledge of YouTube stuff isn't the best. But I just noticed that when I clicked back onto the streaming screen, that it says monetization off, which doesn't make any sense at all. But maybe I just accidentally forgot to click it, probably because, and if I did forget to click it, it's probably because I'm knackered, something like that, and I'll make sure to do it after the stream. Anyway, let me now go on to Mercedes, who in practice too, the wet conditions, 1 and 2 for them, but I don't think those conditions are really representative at all of what we're going to see, even in the race if it does rain. I think Mercedes, looking at practice 3, I think they're in a bit of trouble. They're not, miles off the pace. It's not as bad as it was at the Belgian Grand Prix at Spa, where they looked quite hopeless on that qualifying day there, but it's not looking great. It's not looking as good as I thought it would do around this circuit. I thought with the high-speed corners here, Mercedes would be on decent pace. They wouldn't be, on pole position or anything like that, or fighting for pole. I never thought that was going to be the case here, but I didn't think they would be, hovering around with the Alpines and McLarens like they were in practice 3. So, that was quite surprising with Mercedes. Russell ending up in 6th place, Hamilton in 7th, by the way, if you missed practice 3. I do think Mercedes, when we get to qualifying, will end up qualifying at worst on the 3rd row of the grid, 5th and 6th. The problem is, even if they qualify 5th and 6th, and we've said this before, their race pace is good, because their car in the wet, from the proper competitive sessions we've had this season, has not been that quick. I just worry for Mercedes for this weekend. I think the only way they can get a proper good result out of this weekend is if they have a really strong Grand Prix here in not Grand Prix, sorry, a very strong qualifying session, a much stronger qualifying session than expected. I think, to be honest, the only way they get a podium is if they qualify, say, 4th or higher, and have to rely on a bit of luck, because I just don't think they've got quite as much pace as, say, I expected. from this weekend for the Mercedes team. But we'll see how they do. Like I said, I think they'll be on the third row of the grid, most likely. Now we'll go into the midfield. Firstly, McLaren. McLaren looking pretty quick. Both drivers were decently up there in FP3. Daniel Ricciardo was at one point in the top 10. He did eventually drop out and into P11, but his pace was looking decent around the time he was doing some quick laps. I think he only did like one proper flying lap, so I don't think we can look at Ricciardo's lap times in practice 3 as truly representative of what he could do in qualifying coming up in 25 minutes. For Lando Norris, he was in P8 and only, what was it, a 10th away from Lewis Hamilton in the Mercedes. So McLaren, I wouldn't say they're on the verge of a surprise result, but they could definitely get a very good starting position for this Grand Prix. That is definitely on the cards for the McLaren team. So we'll see how they get on. Lando Norris will definitely be in the top 10. There is no doubt about that. The question is, where will Daniel Ricciardo be? Ricciardo, I still think will miss out on Q3. I think he'll get knocked out in Q2. But for Norris, I think he could possibly get in the top 6 here in qualifying. We know how quick he is over a single lap. And if the McLaren car over a single lap is close enough to the Mercedes to do damage, then he could, say, split them on the grid. That's definitely a possibility here in Japan. We'll see how it goes for them. For Alpine, obviously the last couple of races have been very bad for them. They need a big result starting here with qualifying. Fernando Alonso was incredibly quick in practice 3, ended up in P4, and Esteban Ocon ended up in 8th place. So Alpine have got some very good pace as well. Watch out for them. And they could also, certainly with Fernando Alonso, who has caused a couple surprises this season, cause yet another one here in Japan this time. Watch out for Alonso. Alonso definitely will be in the top 10. I think he'll be at worst in 8th place. I guess you could say the same for Lando Norris as well. At worst, he'll be in 8th place as well. I think Esteban Ocon is definitely a lot more likely to get into the top 10 than Ricciardo is. Obviously, McLaren and Alpine fighting desperately for 4th in the championship. McLaren 4 points clear of Alpine in that fight. And Alpine need really a big qualifying session and a big weekend to get back on terms with McLaren in that fight. And with the pace they've shown, they've got a good chance. They just need to make sure they execute. And that comes to the race as well. Just got to make sure they execute. Now going on to the final few teams. Alfa Romeo look actually pretty decent. They brought a new front wing to this Grand Prix, Alfa Romeo, which they were hoping would give them a slight step up in performance. And maybe it has, because Valtteri Bottas has not been too bad this weekend. He was only on the cusp of the top 10 in FP3. Zhou Guanyu was a bit further down, but earlier in the session when Zhou was doing some proper quick laps, Zhou was looking pretty good in the Alfa Romeo. So, Alfa Romeo, watch out for them. They definitely, I think, are a bit of a dark horse for a strong-ish result. So, watch out for the Alfa Romeo team, who are desperately now in a fight to cling on to 6th in the Constructors' Championship. Haas F1, they've not really looked that competitive this weekend, which is a shame. They look as though they could probably get a car into Q2. I don't see them getting both cars into Q2, though. I just don't think the car is quick enough for that to happen. In regards to, Mick Schumacher, big qualifying session coming up. I know he's never raced here before, but if he can out-qualify Magnussen and get himself, 13th, 14th on the grid, that would be a good effort considering the stress he put himself under with his crash in practice 1, causing him to have a new chassis fitted, missing practice 2, and all of that. So, yeah, if he could get ahead of Magnussen, that would be a very good job. And a job well done by Mick. But it's looking difficult for him, considering that crash. I'm hoping he can bounce back from it. But, yeah, looking at the pace of the Haas car, like I said, I think the best you can get for them is a one car into Q2 and another one knocked out, sadly, in Q1. AlphaTauri next up. Obviously, Yuki Tsunoda, the man on screen, home Grand Prix. I am hoping for him he can have a good home Grand Prix. And what was I going to say? Last year, Japanese Grand Prix was supposed to be on the calendar, and he missed out on it because the Japanese Grand Prix was cancelled due to COVID reasons. And yeah, I'm hoping now that we are actually at Suzuka that he can deliver for the home fans, because it would be a really special thing to see. But looking at practice 3, AlphaTauri didn't look great. Didn't look too special, but they did do a lot of their best low fuel running a bit earlier than others. So we may have to wait really until qualifying to actually see what their real pace is. But yeah, 17th and 20th I think they were in practice 3. But like I said, I think I didn't quite do their running quite at the same time as other midfield teams. But we'll see how they get on. Again, fingers crossed for the home driver, Yuki Tsunoda. And then for Aston Martin, we haven't really seen any great pace from them this weekend. In practice 3, they were looking as though they were solidly outside the top 10. So around 13th, 14th. And given how in qualifying they normally perform a lot worse than what they do in practice, I would say it's not looking good going into this session. And I think they're definitely going to end up with at least one of their cars knocked out in Q1. Hopefully, Sebastian Vettel can get into Q2. Would be nice to even see him get into Q3. But yeah, it's going to be hard because this Aston Martin car is not really in the dry performing very well. I think if it's in wet conditions, I think Aston Martin definitely would go a lot stronger. As straight line speed in the higher speed sections of this track, their straight line speed is not very good at all, as we've seen all season long with Aston Martin. But we'll see how they get on. But it won't be probably that great. And then for Williams, Alex Albon, watch out for him. I think he could cause a surprise. This track does kind of suit the Williams. Again, like with Red Bull, the second half of the lap is pretty flat out. And with them having such great straight line speed, that definitely helps them quite a bit. And Alex does have a good advantage over certain other drivers, such as Zhou, Tsunoda, Schumacher, drivers like that, who have never raced here before in F1. Albon has for Red Bull and had a very good weekend in 2019. Qualified 6th, did the same lap time as his teammate Verstappen, and then finished the race in 4th place. So, yeah, watch out for Alex Albon. Don't watch out at all for his teammate Nicholas Latifi, who this weekend at times hasn't even realised where he's going on the track, quite literally. So, yeah, don't watch out for him. But, yeah, looking good for Albon and Williams. Certainly better than it looked in Singapore for that team. And now I'll go back onto these pictures. And we've got 16 and a half minutes, guys, to go until qualifying begins. Let me know in the chat how you think things are going to play out in qualifying. I'm just going to quickly mute my microphone to just clear my throat. And then I'll come back to you guys in just a second. And I'm just going to, as well, I'm just going to check something. That whole monetization thing. I just want to check something quick. I'm just trying to think what. I'm just trying to search on Google something. Hold on a minute. Yeah, keep your comments coming in the chat. And let me know, guys, as well, your top 5 prediction for qualifying today. Let me know what your top 5 is for qualifying today, and I'll read a few of them out in the chat before we get going. Can you receive super chats? Hold on. Super chats with sorry, monetization off. I just want to check this quickly. I can't tell, unfortunately. My guess is that if I've received a super chat, that must mean that I do have monetization enabled, surely. It must mean that. If anyone knows in the chat, that would be great if you could let me know, because yeah, it frustrates me why that says that, because I'm pretty confident that I put monetization on, but knowing me, I probably accidentally forgot to do it. But let me quickly read through your comments in the chat. Paul James Squibbs, good to see you in the chat. For qualifying here, says, so Max could win the World Championship tomorrow, then be deducted points on Monday. Might make the rest of the season more interesting. Could do. To be honest, I don't think he will be deducted points. I think that's a long shot, but we'll see what happens with that. Sorry, Mansa says Max on pole, Lewis second, Charles third. That would be a bit of a surprise. You know, Lewis Hamilton in second, not because he's not good enough, but obviously because Mercedes have been a bit lacking this weekend. Let's see if we can find some other comments here in chat. Super Mario Sander says Verstappen P1 for his prediction, Perez second and Sainz in third. And Wade says, too bad Toto retreated to home preparing for the legal defamation suits. We'll see what happens with that. Could certainly be a messy off-season with all of that stuff. And Crown Tiger said Red Bull are cheating in the chat, which not quite sure about that, because again, as I've reiterated in the past, what do you call it? We don't know for sure what's going on, so I think we should hold back on accusations. Horton Wilson says Verstappen, Sainz, Hamilton, Perez, Leclerc. Their top 5. This is a bit of a argument going on in the chat, which can always happen. Carl Tang 2002 says Leclerc, Sainz, Hamilton, Alonso, Russell. Their top 5. That's that's a very surprising top 5 prediction, but you never know what could happen here in Japan. We have had a few surprises here. I remember, sorry, what was it, 2018, we had Daniel Ricciardo get knocked out in Q2, I think because of a reliability problem, but then Sebastian Vettel qualified 9th in Q3 because Ferrari sent him out, I think, on the wrong tyres, if I remember correctly, at the start of Q3. And then he ended up qualifying 9th, and then obviously had a collision with Max Verstappen in the race as well. And was a pretty hopeless Grand Prix from the team and driver. Crazy Random says Hamilton, Russell, Leclerc for their top 3. Let me actually create that poll quickly, as long as it doesn't break my stream. Who is getting pole in Japan? Let me just quickly post this in the chat. And again, hopefully doesn't cause any, stream freezing or anything like that. Right, so. And I'm actually just put a question mark there on the poll. So there is, guys, a poll in the chat right now. You can see it, hopefully, at the top of the chat. It's a poll. Who is getting, no pun intended, pole in Japan? And the options are Verstappen, Leclerc, Hamilton, and Sainz. Let me know for the next 5 minutes or so. Let me know, who do you think is getting pole position for the Japanese Grand Prix of 2022? And I'll get to the results of that poll in a couple minutes time. Blade says, respect for doing this throughout the night, just woke up for quali at 6:45. Anyway, predicting Max, Leclerc, Perez. Planner from races for Verstappen, Leclerc, Perez. RTF1 says Max pole. Yeah, make sure to keep guys voting in that poll at the top of the chat. If you can't quite see the whole thing, it's in blue. And yeah, vote for, out of Verstappen, Leclerc, Hamilton, or Sainz, who do you think gets pole position? As Varun says, Max, Super Max. And we've got 41 votes so far, and Verstappen leading out front by 71%. So just looking at the live pictures of the Suzuka at the minute, just a few minutes before qualifying begins, and the wind definitely has picked up. We are getting a bit later in the day now, and we're getting more so towards, say, dusk, I would say. I mean, darkness here at Suzuka is not, it's not imminent, but it's not miles away. Qualifying at Suzuka and the race as well does tend to take place at a bit of a later time during the day than it does for others. And I'll end, I think, the poll there. And it should show in the chat. There you go. So, you guys think that Max Verstappen will get pole, and then your second option that you voted for was Leclerc, then Hamilton, then Sainz. And yeah, Max Verstappen, like I said before, coming into this session, the clear favourite for pole position. But guys, before we get into qualifying as Max Verstappen starts getting into his Red Bull, starts getting belted up, just want to quickly say, if you are new to the channel, don't forget to subscribe for more content like this. Bottom right of the screen, you can do it right there. And make sure to subscribe for, Practice 3, qualifying and race watch-alongs that I do for every Grand Prix in 2022. And if you're watching, for everyone watching right now, if you haven't already, don't forget to smash that like button to help the channel grow. Would be great if you could do that. And as well, if you haven't, follow me on Twitter at ChazHD5 to keep up with the content on this channel. But now, with 6 minutes to go, I'll read out probably a couple more comments and then we'll get into the final few stats and that before we get into the session. Ewok says Ricardo can't believe he's out without a seat. Yeah, a bit surprising. If you asked me at the start of the year whether this would have happened, I would have said absolutely not. But that's the way life happens. It throws curveballs at you. Turbo says Hamilton, Russell, Leclerc for the race. Call me crazy. That is definitely a bit out there, but you never know what could happen, especially in wet conditions. Let's see if I can find any more predictions or comments in chat. Dane says Verstappen, Leclerc, Perez, Sainz, Hamilton for the top 5, in their opinion. And yeah, looks as though most of you are going for a Max Verstappen pole position. The final comment I'll read before we get into the session is from Turbo, who says, Max and that Red Bull RB18 are flying this year. No lie, it's very impressive. Odds are he will tie or break the 13-win Vettel-Schumacher record. Definitely is possible. Dane asking, is Niblo joining you for the race watch along? Yes, he will be, for sure. Because obviously the timing for him is very good. I think it's like 4 p.m. local time for him when the race starts. And for me, obviously, it's 6 a.m. UK time. So yeah, he'll definitely be on tomorrow. But let's get into some final stats before we get into qualifying itself. And we will start with Red Bull Racing. Max Verstappen has never taken pole position in Japan, so look out for that today. Red Bull's last pole position in Japan was in 2013 with Mark Webber. They locked out the front row that weekend and got a 1-2 in the race, even though it was a bit harder in the race than it actually seemed with the results in the end. Red Bull, despite having good pace this weekend, they still have not quite been the team this year in 2022 in qualifying. They have taken 35% of pole positions in 2022. So, yeah, they're still, from a statistical point of view, it's not quite on their side, but they will, I think, improve upon that percentage in this session coming up. For Ferrari, Charles Leclerc's best qualifying result in Japan is second from 2019. Ferrari's last pole in Japan was in the last Japanese Grand Prix here in 2019 with Sebastian Vettel, and Ferrari are still the team to beat in terms of qualifying in 2022. They have taken 58% of pole positions this year. For Mercedes, Lewis Hamilton has taken pole position at Suzuka twice since 2009. Not that many times, to be honest, given how great he is. And Mercedes have taken pole position, every pole position in Japan, in fact, since 2014, except for 2019. So since the V6 hybrid era began, Mercedes have had a great record at this circuit. And finally, for Sebastian Vettel, look out for him today. Sebastian Vettel has taken pole position at Suzuka 5 times since 2009, in 2009, 2010, 2011, 2012, and 2019. And Vettel, again, started on pole at the last Japanese Grand Prix in 2019. And quickly, we'll get into the championship standings. Max Verstappen leading by 104 points, needs to be leading by 112 at the conclusion of tomorrow's Grand Prix over whoever is second in the championship to be officially world champion in 2022. Leclerc second, only 2 points clear of Perez in third. Russell is fourth, only a point clear of Carlos Sainz in fifth. Then Lewis Hamilton is sixth, with Norris in 7th, Ocon 8th, Alonso 9th, and Bottas in 10th. And then in the constructors' standings, Red Bull massively clear of Ferrari, who are second, and Mercedes falling away in third. McLaren back up to fourth after the Singapore Grand Prix, with Alpine just behind in fifth. Alfa Romeo is sixth. Aston Martin, after the Singapore Grand Prix, have gone from 9th up to P7. Haas and AlphaTauri are level on 34 points for 8th and 9th. And Williams are last in the championship. But now, let's get into qualifying itself. And let me just quickly get up some of the, text and stuff on screen. So obviously Q1, if you guys are new to F1, is an 18-minute long session. I'll sync up the timer at the 17-minute mark. And also, I will get that dotted line out, which I always do, of course. Illustrate where that deadly cut-off zone is. I'll just quickly do that now. And, well, that might be a tad too big. Just shrink it a bit. And lots of flags flying at Suzuka, I think, for Yuki Tsunoda there. Good to see. And yeah, there is the dotted line. Let me just adjust it slightly. There you go. Anyone below that dotted line at the end of Q1 will be out of the rest of the session. And yeah, Q1 hasn't... I don't think it's officially begun, or maybe it has, but I just haven't seen. But, yeah. Now it has got underway. So, guys, qualifying has begun at Suzuka. And the first car on track, I think, was a Williams. And we've got... the two AlphaTauris coming out on track. And Yuki Tsunoda just now exiting the pit lane. And yeah, so many flags, so much support for him. It is so great to see such a following for Tsunoda here. As Charles Leclerc's not even in his car yet, which is a bit concerning. They've not even finished setting up the car fully. They took the underneath of the car off on Leclerc's car. By the way, there is the timer on screen now. 17 minutes to go. They've not even got the front end on, and they've got the underneath of the car off and fixing something. So you better hope, if you're a Ferrari fan, that is a quick fix, because that doesn't look like a good start to the session. As, yeah, we're just looking at Yuki Tsunoda on our TV broadcast at the minute, as he's just coming up to the spoon curve of turn 13 and 14. For anyone out there who likes the corner numbers instead. And, yeah, he was looking decent at times in practice 3, but again, I don't think AlphaTauri were pushing as hard as others in practice 3, so we'll see what they can do here. They've been pretty good, AlphaTauri, as of late, in qualifying. In what do you call it? Zandvoort, Tsunoda got into, I think, 9th place, was it, in qualifying? At Monza, Gasly got into the top 10, I'm pretty sure. And then Tsunoda and Gasly both got into the top 10 in Singapore. So, qualifying as of late has been pretty good, as Yuki Tsunoda has already begun his lap and is already flying through turn 1 and 2. And we'll see how he does compared to his teammate who's just ahead of him on the track on a flying lap. And yeah, at the minute, the only cars on track, Tsunoda, Latifi and Gasly. Hopefully Latifi knows where he's going this time. As Tsunoda has done a purple first sector, which is good to see. Quicker than his teammate. And yeah, from the onboard camera there, looks pretty good. He's on the edge of grip. But he's nailing all parts of the track, really. As Lando Norris now comes out onto track. As Tsunoda comes through the spoon curve now. And yeah, looks pretty good, that AlphaTauri car. Not stepping out, not really giving him any issues, which is what you ideally want from your racing car. As he does a purple middle sector as well. So, Pierre Gasly will come to the line and go quickest, but I'm pretty sure Yuki Tsunoda, as he comes to line, will go even quicker. And he does. Not sure by how much. But yeah, Tsunoda is currently, which is a bit of a nice moment for him, in P1. So, Tsunoda quickest. 0.4 of a second quicker he was than Pierre Gasly. And that's a good first attempt, as Nicholas Latifi, by the way, pitted. They didn't even do a flying lap for some reason. But Lando Norris, we're now watching on an outlap. We've also got Verstappen, Perez, Russell, and Hamilton on an outlap, but Norris is furthest around the track on this outlap, so he'll be the next man to start a lap. And yeah, he was looking good in practice 3. And when we were here in, 2019, Norris didn't do too bad. He qualified 8th, was running in, I think, 6th place, and then Alex Albon he had a collision with at the final chicane, and that cost him very dearly. As Norris now starts his first lap in qualifying. Let's see how competitive it is. I've got to say, Yuki Tsunoda's first lap was a very good one, because Max Verstappen in practice 3 did a 1:30.6. Tsunoda's already done a 31.6, so he's already lapping at a good speed. But I think that also does show the ramping up of grip and just how, it's improving, as Norris, thankfully, able to pass those 2 cars going slowly, and Norris 0.4 of a second quicker than Tsunoda in the first sector alone. And Norris will probably go quickest with this lap, as Lewis Hamilton currently on a flying lap. We're seeing in the mini box on the Sky broadcast. And yeah, this McLaren looking very nice handling wise around the track. It looks very well balanced. And Lando Norris has actually gone much quicker than Lewis Hamilton in the first sector. I've noticed, though, that Lewis Hamilton is not on soft tyres. He's on mediums, and so is George Russell. I don't quite understand why that is. Why are they on the mediums? No idea why. But Lando Norris comes to the line and goes quickest by 0.2 of a second exactly. The Tsunoda up to P1. And Lewis Hamilton currently half a second slower than Norris after the first 2 sectors. Yeah, I don't get why they're on medium tyres. Unless they're trying to save the soft tyres, but I just don't get why they're on this medium compound. As Lewis Hamilton comes to the line and goes 3rd. George Russell, let's just see him across the line. Russell goes 3rd now in the Mercedes. Sergio Perez, though, is about to go quickest for Red Bull. And here comes Perez, and he goes quickest by 0.8 of a second compared to Lando Norris, as Max Verstappen is exiting the final chicane. He's done 2 purple sectors and a purple final sector, and goes 0.4 quicker than his teammate Sergio Perez. So Verstappen is now quickest. Let me just update that. Verstappen P1, and then Perez P2 for Red Bull. And then it's Norris, Tsunoda. Oh no, not anymore, because Lance Stroll is up to 4th. And then it's Tsunoda 5th, Russell 6th. Vettel is in 7th, as Carlos Sainz there just does a proper lap and goes 2nd for Ferrari. Only, I think, 0.1 of a second away from Max Verstappen. But yeah, Sainz in 2nd place. And then we've also got Daniel Ricciardo with his first lap up to 4th ahead of his teammate Lando Norris for a change. Ricciardo up to P4. And Charles Leclerc was just looking at who's on a flying lap. And for the middle sector, Leclerc, purple middle sector, but he's a 10th of a second down overall compared to Verstappen. As Mick Schumacher goes 7th for Haas F1. And Charles Leclerc comes to the line. Does he go quickest? Nope, loses the time, a lot of time in the end, in the final sector, and goes 3rd as Valtteri Bottas goes all the way up to the P6. Leclerc 3rd, and Bottas up to 6th. So your top 10 at the moment, it is Verstappen, Sainz, Leclerc, Perez, Ricciardo, Bottas, Norris, Stroll, Schumacher, and then Zhou Guanyu is in P10 with Tsunoda 11th, and then Russell 12th. Magnussen is 13th, and then it's Vettel 14th, Hamilton 15th, and then Latifi 16th, Gasly 17th, and then Alonso, Ocon, Albon have not set a lap time, but they are all about to. They've both, or all three of those drivers have already done the first 2 sectors on their first flying lap. And Alex Albon, with his first flying lap, goes up to P11. As Esteban Ocon goes 6th for Alpine, Alonso goes 4th. Very good laps there. So, hold on a minute. Let me just put Alonso up the order to P4. And Ocon, I think, will be now in 7th. There's Lando Norris. I think a replay of him maybe running a bit wide at 2nd Degner that I didn't quite catch. But yeah, Ocon in P7 as Pierre Gasly is now last. Lewis Hamilton also in the drop zone and in the pits with 6 minutes 40 to go. Looking good. As Russell in 15th is actually on the cusp of being put in the drop zone. And he is put in the drop zone because Pierre Gasly goes all the way up to P9 as Yuki Tsunoda goes P10. Gasly says, problem with the brakes, what the fuck is going on? Well, that was still a good lap despite whatever issues there. But, yeah, 9th and 10th now for AlphaTauri. And in the drop zone, Russell, Magnussen, Vettel, Hamilton, Latifi. And yeah, again, I do not understand why Mercedes decided to do their first laps on the mediums. That doesn't make any sense whatsoever. As Tsunoda locking up heavily. Yeah, that's a bad lock-up into the final chicane. He did well to make the chicane, though. He just deliberately turned in really early and clumped the first part of the curve really hard. A good good driving to keep it, still going in the right way. But those tyres obviously are now finished. And with 5 minutes to go, the two AlphaTauris will probably need another set of tyres if they're going to get absolutely into Q2. As Lewis Hamilton now back out on track on an outlap, and so is Russell, and they're both on the soft compound tyres. So maybe they were just saving compounds. As the only cars on track right now are the two Mercedes and two AlphaTauris. I think the two AlphaTauris are going to come back in, though, in a moment. As Alex Albon has had his time deleted for a track limit violation. Not sure where that was. I didn't quite catch, where it was. Tsunoda saying work on brakes, straight line braking when you can. Oh no, that's what they were saying to him. Maybe AlphaTauri's got some problems there with the brakes. But now into the drop zone. It is Magnussen, Vettel, Hamilton, Latifi and Albon with 4 minutes to go. Those are the drivers in the drop zone, as Lewis Hamilton in 18th place is on a much better lap now. He's already completed the first sector. As George Russell only 0.06 of a second slower than Max Verstappen after the first sector, as Lewis Hamilton deliberately runs wide through the exit of the Dunlop hairpin. And yeah, there is 2 different lines really you can take at that corner. Hamilton through Spoon. Car looks very good through there. Surely this will be a good middle sector for Hamilton. And half a second up on what Russell's done so far. Maybe not too great then. Russell, only 0.3 off Verstappen, but we know Mercedes lose a lot of time to Red Bull in this final sector, as Lewis Hamilton comes to the line and goes P7. We'll see if that's good enough later on. George Russell comes to the line and goes P6. I don't know. I still don't get a good feeling with Mercedes today. They just, I don't know. They just don't seem to have that raw pace today that I was expecting them to have this weekend. As we're now in the final 2.5 minutes of Q1. And in the drop zone now, Zhou, Magnussen, Vettel, Latifi, Albon. Surely Sebastian Vettel can do better than 18th place at a track where he has done so well before. As the top 5 are in the pits and they're not coming out again. Which I don't blame them, because I think they're far enough ahead of the others to get safely into Q2. But everyone on an outlap except for the 2 Mercedes, 2 Red Bulls, 2 Ferraris, and Fernando Alonso in the Alpine. So we're going to get a pretty hectic end to this session, as we're looking at now Sebastian Vettel in the Aston Martin. And he now begins his final attempt at getting into Q2. If he can try and find some of that magic from years ago, from say 10 years ago, that he had for Red Bull around here, that would be good enough. Easily good enough. As Vettel into the S's he comes. And looking good with this lap. This is where really you'd think the Aston Martin would be at its best. It loses its time really later in the lap. As Vettel for the first sector. 0.07 of a second inside of the time he needs to get into the next part of qualifying at the minute. But we'll see whether that first sector is good enough in the end. As Lance Stroll is on a final lap. He's done a pretty good first sector. Only 0.1 of a second slower than Max Verstappen in the first sector. As Vettel through Spoon. Looks good, but is it good enough on the stopwatch? We'll see as he gets to the middle sector point. And he's up on Mick Schumacher by almost 0.2, but I'm not sure this is enough of an improvement for Vettel if he's to get into Q2, as Lando Norris has done a purple first sector. But here comes Sebastian Vettel to the line, and he goes P10. Will that be good enough in the end? We will see as the checkered flag now falls. Lance Stroll is up to P14. Latifi has gone 16th as Valtteri Bottas goes P10. Zhou Guanyu goes all the way up to 8th with that final lap. What a lap by the Chinese driver. As Mick Schumacher goes up to P11. And Lando Norris is still on a lap. Kevin Magnussen is out in 16th. Stroll is out in 17th. Can Lando Norris get into the next part of qualifying? Yes, he can. He goes up to P8 as Esteban Ocon is just coming through the final chicane now. Tsunoda is up to P12. Esteban Ocon goes 6th. Let's see whether Alex Albon can get himself somehow into Q2. The man he would push out is Sebastian Vettel. Let's see. Albon comes to the line now. And no, it is not good enough. He only goes 16th fastest, meaning that Sebastian Vettel has made it through to Q2. Good to see for Sebastian. And let me just rattle off. Actually, let me just see this replay from Pierre Gasly. He's ended up 17th, Gasly. Oh, he locked the inside front quite badly into the Dunlop hairpin. And just sailed wide. And that's what blown the lap. Anyway, though. And obviously, he was complaining about the brakes. AlphaTauri going to have to look and see what happened there. But into Q2, guys. Max Verstappen, Carlos Sainz, Charles Leclerc, Fernando Alonso, Sergio Perez, Esteban Ocon, George Russell, Daniel Ricciardo, Lando Norris, Zhou Guanyu, Lewis Hamilton, Yuki Tsunoda, Mick Schumacher, Valtteri Bottas, and Sebastian Vettel. Meaning that knockdown Q1, Alex Albon, Pierre Gasly, Kevin Magnussen, Lance Stroll, and Nicholas Latifi. And now I will get things prepared for Q2. Yeah, shame for Gasly, because I think if he had a proper, if his brakes were properly working, I think he would have been probably into Q2 there, to be honest. But an all-Canadian back row of the grid. That's not great for the Canadians if they're out there watching. But yeah, Q2 should be underway in a couple minutes' time. So get ready, guys, for that. And I'm just going to quickly look on Twitter to see if there's any news. And don't think I can see anything. And no, pretty much nothing to be seen and nothing to be said. Yeah, just having a quick further look. Yeah, there's not much, to be honest. Anyway, Q2 will be underway in a moment, so get ready, guys, for Q2, which should be a stressful session for certain teams. I just seen this, actually. Helmut Marko, 32 minutes ago this was tweeted out. Helmut Marko told Sky Germany that talks with Honda about a partnership started in Tokyo last week, or this week, sorry, for 2026. So that's something to keep our eyes on. But yeah, we will see with that. Obviously, a long way to go. Apparently, Omar Safnell has been asked about, Gasly's elimination. Oh no, this is actually before qualifying. Someone's posted a quote of him talking about Gasly, and someone's just posted it, obviously, now that Gasly's out of qualifying. Apparently, Otmar said he's got youth experience and speed. The other two that you mentioned didn't have those things. Well, Piastri did. But, he told you to go fuck yourself and went to another team. So, yeah. But we will hopefully get Q2 going in a second. They're just showing replays of Gasly. Frustrated, throwing his arms about, which is what most F1 drivers do when things don't go their way. And his analysis of what was going on with the AlphaTauris, and yeah, just locking the inside front way too much. Maybe there's a problem with the brake bias or something. I'm not sure, but yeah, they were locking their tyres way too much for a team that, no, it's not like they're struggling at the back of the field with no grip. But yeah, Gasly out. Yuki Tsunoda, though, in, which is good to see, I would say. And talking of Q2, just remembered I need to add my second dotted line. So let me just quickly get that on screen for you guys. And get it placed. There you go. Obviously, anyone in between those two dotted lines, which at the minute is Hamilton, Tsunoda, Schumacher, Bottas, Vettel. If it ended that way in Q2, they would all be out in those positions. I'd be very surprised, obviously, if Lewis Hamilton was knocked down in Q2. As Carlos Sainz comes out of the garage on the soft tyres. The session has started, by the way. I'll sync up the timer at the 14-minute mark. Then about, 45 seconds from now, as the second Ferrari of Charles Leclerc comes out. You got to say, in dry conditions, Carlos Sainz has got the edge on the Monegasque Leclerc here, which is surprising. Because last weekend in Singapore, Leclerc was pretty comfortably quicker, but now Carlos has the advantage, which again is surprising. As Lewis Hamilton is sat in his car, and his car has no tyres on, so he's not going anywhere at the moment. Hopefully they don't do the same thing they did in Q1 and send him out on mediums, because that wouldn't be good. And 3, 2, 1. There you go. 14 minutes left in Q2. As I think Sainz, or possibly Sainz's engineer, saying on the radio, looks like the sun is coming out, could be a slower track. I see what they're saying, but considering all the rain that happened yesterday, I think the track is still going to ramp up. I think as well, we need to remember, even though the sun is coming out at Suzuka, it's not, blistering hot. It's still pretty mild. Or not mild, but it's mild was the wrong term. It's what do you call it? It's quite cool still. So I don't think it's gonna make the track slower, really. Normally in F1, if the track is too cold and dry or too hot and dry, it can make the track slower. But yeah, I don't think the track is quite in that condition at this point, as Carlos Sainz has already begun his flying lap in Q2, and so has Charles Leclerc. They're the only two cars on track. Everyone else is in the garage, in the pits. But looking at this iView cam of Suzuka, what a track it is from that iView cam. As, Sainz very aggressive through first Egner, was using as much of the exit curve as he could. And has done a purple first sector. His aggression in the first sector and in Degner is clearly paying off, as the two Red Bulls and Vettel and Norris and Tsunoda now come out onto track. And looking on board from Carlos Sainz, this is a very good lap. And to be honest, I don't think there's anything the drivers at Ferrari are doing wrong. I just think they don't have the quicker car compared to Red Bull this weekend. But if Ferrari had the best car for this track, I think Carlos would be looking very good for pole position. As Carlos Sainz, after this brilliant first lap in Q2, comes to the line And there's a 130.4, which is good, but nothing special. Charles Leclerc's done a purple middle sector. Can he go even quicker? No, he just misses out on going ahead of his teammate, I think by a 3 or 4 hundredths of a second. 4 hundredths of a second it was, actually. So Sainz quickest from Charles Leclerc second. Everyone else on an outlap. And yeah, I thought Sainz was aggressive into the first sector. And yeah, he used all of the runoff he could get away with. But it didn't pay off in the middle sector because Leclerc was actually quicker in the mid sector. As we're now looking at Max Verstappen on an outlap. Verstappen. Oh no, this is actually Sergio Perez. They've got similar helmets for this weekend, which is annoying. I should have read the driver number though, obviously. As Perez into turn 1 and turn 2. We'll see what Red Bull have now in response to the Scuderia. And Perez just coming through the S's now. Looks good. And Max Verstappen on his flying lap now. And so is Tsunoda and Vettel. Perez, 0.2 of, about a quarter of a second down on Sainz after the first sector. Let's see what Max Verstappen is like. And, oh, Perez. I mean, he took the wider line there, but he looked like he went a slight bit wider than he actually wanted. As Max Verstappen completes the first sector and does a purple first sector. Verstappen on fire. And Perez, very, I won't say very wide through the middle of spoon curve, but taking liberties for sure. As Lando Norris now does a purple first sector. And Perez, only a 1/10.5 down on Sainz after the first 2 sectors. Perez is probably going to go third with this lap. As Perez comes out of the final chicane and to the line. And yeah, third, 2.5, quarter of a second, down on Sainz. As Max Verstappen is a 1/10 quicker than Sainz after the first 2 sectors. So Max is on course to go P1 with this lap. And here he comes, Verstappen to the line. And yet by a 1/10 of a second, without setting a purple sector, Max Verstappen goes quickest. As here comes Lando Norris, who goes 5th. Only 0.6 of a second slower than Max Verstappen. Very good lap there. Alonso, what a lap from Alonso, goes P4. Now Ocon goes 4th. I thought Alpine and McLaren were a bit quicker or closer to the front teams this weekend. They definitely are. As Lewis Hamilton comes to the line. Only 5th for Hamilton. As Russell only goes 8th in the second Mercedes. As Ricciardo goes 5th for McLaren. Ricciardo's really driving well. And clearly, with this new upgrade that he now has, along with his teammate only had it in, as Tsunoda saying the brakes are so bad on the radio. Yeah, only Norris had the new upgrade in Singapore. Now Ricciardo's got it after that great result in Singapore. He's driving very well. He's 5th and he's only 0.3 off P1. As here's a replay of Alonso. And, oh, slight loss to the rear end on the exit of the second Degner. Would have lost probably a 1/10 of a second. You don't just lose the time on the corner, you lose it on the exit because it affects your exit speed going into the hairpin. But currently, with 7 minutes to go in Q2, it is Verstappen, P1 from Sainz, Leclerc, Ocon, Ricciardo, Hamilton, Alonso, Perez, Russell, and Bottas is in P10 for Alfa Romeo. And then in the drop zone, Lando Norris in P11, Sebastian Vettel 12th, and then Zhou 13th, Schumacher 14th, and Tsunoda 15th. Lando Norris surprisingly lacking pace compared to his teammates, so we know Norris can do better, surely, than what he's done there. But Ricciardo is definitely driving a lot better, which is good to see. And Alpine and McLaren, they've got some good pace there. For sure. As they all now pile into the pits to get some new tyres and get refueled. And AlphaTauri will try and see if they can do anything to fix his brake problems. And an engineer there just taking a photo on his phone of the brakes to see if there's anything later they can do about it. But, yeah, in the drop zone, Norris, Vettel, Zhou, Schumacher, Tsunoda. Tsunoda was 1.6 seconds slower than Valtteri Bottas in P10, so clearly Tsunoda must have made a mistake or something on his flying lap. Even though that mistake was probably not down to him, it was probably down to the brakes being, as he said, so bad. But, yeah, this is going to be a very interesting end. Because you've got a lot of drivers from, say, 6th to 10th there who, I mean, they're in the top 10 at the minute, but they're definitely at risk of getting knocked out. I mean, the two Mercedes are not looking too special right now. Perez as well, not looking great. And you would expect Lando Norris definitely to improve on his 130.9 in P11. So we might get a shock or two here. And you never know what Sebastian Vettel could do. Vettel is only, what, half a tenth away from getting into Q3. So watch out for the 4-times world champion who has won the Japanese Grand Prix 4 times previously, I believe. In 2009, 2010, 2012, and 2013. All of those wins, of course, for Red Bull. As we just wait to see the cars come back out on the circuit. And that should be in just a moment. And Mick Schumacher we're looking at, P14. I think Mick's done a good job so far. I said coming into this session that as, who's this? Sergio Perez coming out to track. Mick Schumacher, I said coming into this session, he really needs to outqualify his teammate at the very least. And he's done that. Magnussen has ended up in 18th. Schumacher at best, at worst now will finish up in 15th, which is 3 positions higher. That's very impressive for a guy who's never raced here before. Magnussen has quite a few times in F1. So, yeah. That's a very good job by Mick. I don't think he's got the car, though, to get into Q3. Probably the best he can do here is 13th, which would be a decent position to start from. As all of the cars now pile out onto track, except for Ricciardo, Alonso, Verstappen, Sainz, Leclerc. I expect Ricciardo and Alonso will come out now. And yeah, Alonso does and Ricciardo will in a second. And yeah, Ricciardo just did. Verstappen is staying in the pits and so is Sainz and Leclerc. Everyone on track except for the top 3 for this final run. Q2, let me know guys in the chat. Who do you think will get knocked out? And do you think the 2 Mercedes are at serious risk here of being knocked out of Q2, which would be, again, a massive surprise. As Charles Leclerc just getting seated back into his car, but I think he's more so preparing for Q3 at this point. As Sebastian Vettel, yep, the 4-time winner and the 5-time pole sitter, tries with his final lap in Q2 to put himself in the top 10 here at Suzuka. He's qualified in the top 10 at every Japanese Grand Prix he's done at Suzuka. Let's see if we can keep that record up. Very good pace, I've got to say. Well, not pace, but grip through turn 1 and 2. Was using all of the track available. And yeah, he is looking good in that Aston Martin car. But what is his first sector looking like? It's barely quicker than Bottas in P10. The man he needs to be quicker than. He was quicker in the first sector by 0.01 of a second. Sergio Perez has just done a purple first sector, 0.2 of a second quicker than Max Verstappen. As Bottas has not improved his first sector, that might be key. As Vettel taking all sorts of chances through Spoon, but getting the reward. This is a track where if you attack, you will get the payback. As Sebastian Vettel 0.2 up on the time he needs to get into Q3. This could be good enough for the 4 times world champion. Car number 5. As he exits the final chicane now. And Sebastian Vettel, does he get into Q3? Yes, for the moment he does. P5 he goes. That's a fantastic final lap. As Sergio Perez, currently in P9, now goes quickest by 0.4 of a second. Where was that in the first run? As Valtteri Bottas has finished up in P11, he will not go into Q3. Zhou Guanyu now goes P12, so both Alfa Romeos are out. At least Bottas out-qualifies his teammate. Mick Schumacher finishes up 14th. Obviously made a mistake on that final lap. Yuki Tsunoda goes 12th, but is out. Lando Norris comes to the line and goes 5th for McLaren. George Russell at the minute is doing enough to get into the next part of qualifying. Currently in the drop zone as Alonso goes 2nd for Alpine, and Russell exits the final chicane. And George Russell goes up to 7th. So Daniel Ricciardo is out of Q2. What a shame that is. Let me just quickly update that Lewis Hamilton is up to 5th. And yet, Ricciardo, what a shame. In the end, I was correct. He got knocked down Q2, but he was looking good up until that final lap. He just must not have improved that final lap for whatever reason. As here's a replay of Mick Schumacher being blocked by an AlphaTauri a bit. Or possibly him overtaking where he shouldn't have. I'm not quite sure. But that is, guys, Q2 over and done with. Into the shootout of Q3. Sergio Perez, Fernando Alonso, Max Verstappen, Carlos Sainz, Lewis Hamilton, Charles Leclerc, as Tsunoda complaining about dangerous weaving from Schumacher on the outlap. Yeah, Charles Leclerc, Lando Norris, George Russell, Esteban Ocon, and what a job by Sebastian Vettel keeping up his 100% record of Q3 appearances at Suzuka. Great job by the 4 times champion. And knocked out in Q2, guys, Daniel Ricciardo, Valtteri Bottas, Yuki Tsunoda, Zhou Guanyu, and Mick Schumacher. And we now prepare ourselves for the shootout of Q3, which is going to be really interesting. Not just in the fight for pole, but we've got an intriguing midfield fight because you've got Norris and Alonso looking very quick. And they could possibly get on the 3rd row of the grid here. Let me know, guys, in the chat, who do you think gets pole position? Do you still think it's Max Verstappen? Or do you go with Sainz and Leclerc? I think those are really the only 3 people that can get pole position. in this Q3 session coming up. But let me know in the chat whether your opinion has changed in any way. But yeah, we will be getting underway with Q3 very soon. Just want to say though quickly, if you are new to the channel, don't forget to subscribe for more content like this, because I do watch-alongs for Practice 3, qualifying, and the race for F3. Practice 3 qualifying race there is in 2022. And as well, if you are watching right now, for F1 watching right now, if you haven't already, don't forget to smash the like button to obviously help the channel grow. And just to let you guys know that are watching right now, I will be live for at least half an hour after qualifying finishes to react with you guys to the events of qualifying itself. So make sure to stick around and let me know what you thought of qualifying. But quickly, I'm going to have a drink of water before my throat dies. So just give me a second, guys. I'll be back in a moment. Right, hopefully that should be a tad better. Say regardless of Sainz pole, maybe. Astro Stevo, good to see you, says maybe Sainz for pole. Sainz is looking good, but I just think ultimately when it really matters, I think Max Verstappen has got I think Max Verstappen has got absolutely everything he needs. He's got the car, just needs to execute the laps. We have to remember as well, the Verstappen did not do a final run in Q1 or Q2, so he saved quite a bit of life for his car, and also saved some tyres as well for the race tomorrow. So, yeah, we haven't seen the absolute full potential of what Max Verstappen can do in this session yet, and I think we will very soon. But let me quickly read out some comments in the chat whilst we're waiting. Curtisi, how do you identify the winner of quali? Well, basically, Q1 decides who finishes in the 5 lowest positions. Q2 decides the next 5 slowest. And then Q3 decides the top 10. So what you're about to see is, you know, the top 10 finish up in the positions they'll start in for tomorrow's race. That's just a replay of Perez on his quick lap as he finished up quickest in Q2. Would be amazed if he kept that up in Q3, but then again, he did win the Singapore Grand Prix. And yeah, just patiently waiting now for the beginning of this session, and I'll sync up the timer at the 11-minute mark when we get to that eventually. But yeah, looking at who's in Q3, obviously the top 3 teams, no surprise there. 2 Alpines, good result for them so far. They just need to get, you know, as best of laps as they can in here in Q3. Norris, good job to get into Q3. And yes, Sebastian Vettel still showing that he's easily good enough to still be, in Formula 1. And yeah, is really doing well. As Vettel on the radio saying, yes, boys, yes, I'm ecstatic with that, with this one. And then they say, good lap, mate, well done. And yeah, good to see. There from Aston Martin. As the session, by the way, Q3 has begun. And the cars now start to pile out onto track. A Red Bull I can see, and a Ferrari. And the Red Bull, both Red Bulls are the first 2 cars on track. We have seen a few times here, red flags cause a bit of a anticlimactic ending, let's say, to qualifying. Let's hope and pray that that doesn't happen here. But I am going to sync up the timer in 3, 2, 1. And there you go. 11 minutes to go in qualifying as a Ferrari there overtakes a Red Bull. As the Red Bull, I don't know who it is. I'm going to assume it's Verstappen. Is just slowing up on their outlap to protect the tyres. As an Alpine there overtakes the Ferrari of... I don't know who that is either. I think it is Ocon. Possibly. As we're now looking at a replay of Charles Leclerc coming out of the box right behind Max Verstappen. To be honest, I don't really know why they're showing a replay of it. There was nothing really that happened there. Verstappen was released, comfortably in front of the Ferrari. There was no, unsafe release or anything like that. Yeah, don't really understand why they're showing a replay of it, to be honest. But we now look at the Ferrari of Charles Leclerc, who has never started the Japanese Grand Prix on pole, just like Max Verstappen. Can he, though, accomplish that here in the next 9.5 minutes? Let's see, as he begins his first attempt at pole position at Suzuka. Into turn 1 and 2 he comes. Can't see his car really at all because they're showing the Ferrari fans. And into the S's he comes, and yeah, he is really throwing that car into the corners. Again, attacking the track like you should at Suzuka. You've got to attack the track to get the payback of lap time. And a good first sector, a 31.2. How good is it, though, compared to the others? Perez, 0.2 slower in the first sector. How does Carlos Sainz do? Sainz has gone quicker than Leclerc in the first sector, so Carlos keeping up his good speed. As Leclerc now comes to spoon and chucks the car in at mental speed. And yeah, slight hesitation on the rear end to get properly through the exit of the spoon section, but looks fine as Max Verstappen just about over Carlos Sainz does a purple first sector as Esteban Ocon sets the first lap time of Q3, a 31.1. Here comes Charles Leclerc, who does a 1:29.5. That is a very quick time compared to what we've seen so far. Here comes Sergio Perez, who goes second, 0.4 of a second slower. Carlos Sainz goes second, as Max Verstappen is about 10 seconds away from coming to the line as Lando Norris goes up to P4 for McLaren. Here comes Verstappen to the line. Will he get provisional pole? Yes, he will, by 1/4 of a second. Max Verstappen on fire. As Lewis Hamilton goes 5th. Now George Russell goes 5th for Mercedes. So, third row is Mercedes for the moment. No, it's not, because Fernando Alonso has produced a stonking lap and gone 0.6 of a second quicker than both Mercedes and has gone 5th in the Alpine. What a lap by the Spanish god. I've seen a replay here of Norris. Jesus Christ, that could have been a bad crash. And that was Verstappen, the car that came across there. And I think it says, fuck's sake, mate, unbelievable, something like that. Here's a replay. I think Verstappen might get a penalty for that, you know. That's dangerous. If Norris didn't take avoiding action, that would have been a massive crash. So, yeah, I think Max might get a penalty for that. Because that was quite a dangerous swerve. And Max didn't do it on purpose, of course. He was trying to warm his tyres up, and I think he just got it a bit too wrong on cold tyres there. But I could see Max getting a penalty for that. We'll see how it all shakes out. Sebastian Vettel hasn't set a lap time yet, but he's currently on a lap. Can he get into the fight with the other midfield drivers? He'd do well to get up there with Fernando Alonso, I'll tell you that. As Vettel into Spoon he comes. And yeah, he looks like he's in top form today. He absolutely loves this place. And his middle sector is very good. Only 8/10 off Verstappen after the first two sectors. He may put this on the third row of the grid. Vettel up into 6th place. Exits the final chicane. Vettel to the line. Where does he go? He does. He goes P6. 0.4 of a second quicker than Russell and Hamilton. So at the moment, with 5 minutes to go in qualifying, great to see support there for Vettel in the crowd. 5 minutes to go in qualifying. Max Verstappen on provisional pole position. Second is Charles Leclerc. Third is Carlos Sainz. As Verstappen, they're putting his hand out to say sorry to Norris. Fourth, Sergio Perez. Fifth, Alonso. Sixth, Vettel. And Alonso, Vettel, third row. What a row of the grid that would be. Russell is 7th. Hamilton 8th. Norris 9th. Ocon 10th. And by the way, with Mercedes, they are currently 1.6 seconds away. As the incident involving Norris and Verstappen will be investigated after the session, as I've thought. Mercedes are 1.6 seconds away from pole at the minute. That is disgustingly bad. As now the cars filter back out onto track. And, well, I'm not sure that Sebastian Vettel will come out again. And yeah, Vettel has not even got back to the pits yet. So, and yeah, he's waving to the crowd. So that's him done for the session. And honestly, I hope that all the cars behind him don't go any quicker. Because that would be such a great story. Alonso and Vettel on the third row of the grid. You know, a Vettel retiring, Alonso obviously 40 years old. That would be so, so good to see. So, please, Russell, Hamilton, Norris and Ocon, don't go any quicker. As Vettel now enters the pits. And we're looking at, on the TV broadcast at the minute, we're looking at a Ferrari. Don't know which one it is. Haven't had a good enough look. I think it's Charles Leclerc. It is. I'm pretty sure. Charles Leclerc. And yeah. As Leclerc comes into the spoon. And I think the next car behind him is, I think, Esteban Ocon. Possibly. In the Alpine. But it looks as though Leclerc will be the first man to start that final Q3 lap. As we enter the final 2 minutes of play at Suzuka. So Charles Leclerc, quarter of a second away from Max Verstappen. Is there anything he can do to stop Max getting pole at Suzuka, which would give him such great opportunity to win the World Championship tomorrow? Let's see as Leclerc starts his final attempt at pole position. As into turn 1 and 2 he comes now. And he looks good. And he's attacking once again as hard as he can and as hard as he knows. And yeah, that Ferrari looking as though it's on rails. Through the S's. And for the first sector, he is 0.03 of a second slower than Verstappen. He's close, but not close enough. As he comes into the hairpin now. And that's a very good drive through the hairpin. Perez, 0.25 of a second down of Verstappen after the first sector. Carlos Sainz does a better first sector than Charles Leclerc. A couple hundredths of a second quicker than the Monegasque as Leclerc through Spoon he comes. And he's looking good, but is he quick enough? As he comes up to the middle sector point. And he is 0.2 of a second inside the time he needs to get pole position here. Can he have a good final sector to get his first ever pole position in Japan? Leclerc to the line. And no, he just misses out by 0.010 of a second. But Carlos Sainz has had a very good middle sector. Esteban Ocon has gone 5th for Alpine. Perez stays in 4th. Carlos Sainz comes to the line. Stays in 3rd. Improves his lap time, but stays in 3rd. Max Verstappen has got pole position. Doesn't really need to keep pushing, but he will. As Lewis Hamilton and George Russell are continuing on with their laps. They're currently down to 8th and 9th as Lando Norris is pitted. And Verstappen finishes his lap, doesn't improve, but he does get pole position. Lewis Hamilton goes 6th. George Russell only goes P8. So the two Mercedes have had a shocker there. Esteban Ocon, 5th, out-qualifying both Mercedes. Alonso in P7, splitting the two. So guys, that is qualifying over and done with. And let's read out your final results of this session. Max Verstappen, at the moment, we'll have to see what happens in the investigation, but at the moment, Max Verstappen will be starting the Japanese Grand Prix on pole position with Leclerc 2nd, Sainz 3rd, Perez 4th, Ocon 5th. What a job by the Frenchman. Hamilton 6th, Alonso 7th, Russell 8th, Vettel 9th, and Norris in 10th. As a replay of Verstappen running wide. Oh, snap of oversteer on the exit at turn 2. Was lucky he didn't have a spin or anything on that final lap. Didn't matter though, because the others. And he actually broke something off his car. Something off the back of the car there. So not great there for Verstappen and for Red Bull. But yeah, your top 10. Verstappen on pole, Leclerc 2nd, Sainz 3rd, Perez 4th, Ocon 5th, Hamilton 6th, Alonso 7th, Russell 8th, Vettel 9th, and Norris in 10th. Ricciardo 11th, Bottas 12th, Tsunoda 13th, Zhou 14th, Schumacher 15th, and then Albon, Gasly, Magnussen, Stroll, and Latifi completing the rest of the grid for tomorrow's 2022 Japanese Grand Prix. But guys, make sure to stick around, because I'm going to stick around myself to do some reaction to what's happened just there in qualifying. Let me know, guys, right now in the chat, who is your driver of the day today, and what did you think of the battle for pole position and just qualifying in general. And, you know, if you want to shout out certain driver performances, then make sure to do it right now in the chat, because I'll be reading out your comments very, very soon. Let me just quickly post the link of the stream back out a couple more times, and then we'll get into your comments in a second. Let me just post on my community tab quick. I'm joining us for instant reactions qualifying at Suzuka. By the way, you may have heard my throat was tapping out at the end of qualifying there, so thank God. I didn't have to raise my voice for anything dramatic, because I don't think my voice was there anymore. But let me just quickly post on Twitter. Come join us here for instant reaction to qualifying at the Japanese Grand Prix. And I'll just do a few hashtags. And then we will get cracking. So make sure, again, let me know in the chat your driver of the day. Qualifying today, for me, it's got to be Esteban Ocon. What a job. 5th place in the Alpine, out qualifying Hamilton, Alonso, and Russell, and Norris. A great job by Ocon. But let me know in the chat whether you agree or disagree with my view there. And there you go. And let's see what you guys have to say. Good to see Nib in the chat. And let's see what you guys are saying. Astro Steve says, seems so weird to be following along here at just 5:30 p.m. Yeah, let's not, what do you call that? Let's not, boast. To be fair, you have the right to boast at this point because, yeah, you Aussies get enough abuse with the time zones. Turbo says, based off what I saw, Max deserves a penalty, but I don't think the FIA has the guts. Let me know as well if you did see the incident. Do you think Max Verstappen should get a penalty? I think he should. I think he should, to be honest. It was very dangerous. Could have, if it wasn't for Lando's instant reactions, it could have been a very big crash. Not like an airplane crash, but the damage would have been quite bad to the cars. Astro Stevo saying, I have to work out 10 times, or work out times for tomorrow, sorry. Bathurst Clash as well. Yeah. A lot going on in the world of motorsport. Turbo says, I'm a Max fan and can admit he should get at least a 5 or 10 place grid penalty. Triban says, for FIA's new Golden Boys, Red Bull no longer Ferrari. Ewok says, penalty or not, he'll win. Red Bull is so dominant. If it's dry, I think he'll still win, even if it's a 5 place penalty, to be honest. But, yeah. Astro Steve says, yes, driver of the day, Vettel here too. Given he's driving concrete... I'm definitely very tired. Concrete tractor with square tyres and a Formula Ford engine. Yeah. No, we will boast the next 3 races are complete aids. Yeah, they are for you, definitely. Triban saying, Cota, Mexico, Interlagos sounds spicy. A bit. Just a bit. Astro Stevo says, didn't see the incident, but for the sake of the race, I think he should. Given his ridiculous rocket ship, I'd say make him start from the pit lane after 3 laps have passed. Laurent Yang says, Seb is damn good at this track. Yeah. P9. What a job by him. I've got to say, McLaren, 10th and 11th, they'll be very disappointed with that. I think they had the potential to probably... we'll definitely get both cars into top 10, but a lot higher than 10th and 11th, I think, given how good Alpine were. Lando getting Max in trouble. Yep. Unfortunately. So. Rename, repost stream, Kaza? No, it's fine. I'll just leave it. It's fine. Let me see if I can find some other comments here in the chat. LMA Wade, Mercedes disgustingly bad indeed, because obviously I said that right before the final runs. Let me see if I can find some other good ones here. Don't look at my tweets from Quali Chaz. I won't read them out, but I will read them. Let me just find. I just saw you post about Ocon clapping Gasly next year. Where is it? Oh, I can't find it for some reason. I will have. Let me just have a quick look to see. Oh dear. Oh dear. Yeah. I see now. It's the hope that kills you. Murphy's Law that about the only race on at a decent time for Aussies now would have to clash with Bathurst. Yeah, it's not great. But if the Chinese Grand Prix next year does actually go ahead, then at least that's a third race on a good time for the, your part of the world. But to be honest, I wouldn't bet on the Chinese Grand Prix actually happening, but we'll see. Hamilton Hamilton and Alonso 6th and 7th. Interesting. Yeah, that is going to be a that's going to be a bit of a dicey little fight into turn 1 and turn 2. I'm curious to see though if it is wet tomorrow, which again I think there's definitely going to be some sort of rain about. Whether it actually affects the race, we'll have to see. Maybe the weather forecast has dramatically changed. Actually, let me quickly look at the weather forecast as my throat is almost finished. Just looking at the radar. It's a bit different to what it was a few days ago. Alright, so the chance of rain isn't as high, but there is still rain, quite a lot of rain in that area. So, yeah, we'll see. But it's going to be interesting to see. What I was going to say, it's going to be interesting to see if it does rain, how Hamilton and Russell get on against the two Alpines, and also Vettel and Norris as well, because we saw in the wet in Singapore they were quite bad. Astro Stevo Taiwanese Grand Prix maybe, or Papua New Guinea or Pacific Island one. There used to be, what was it, in 94 and 95, there used to be 2 races in Japan. The Pacific Grand Prix would be held in Aida, I think it was, in Japan. So, yeah, we used to have that. And obviously we used to have Malaysia as well. It was actually really good for the Asian, Australian viewers back in the day, like 10 years ago, because the first 3 races normally were Australia, Malaysia, China. But obviously that's not the case anymore. The race is at 10:30 p.m. IST, right? I don't know what IST is, but the race tomorrow is the lights out is at 6 a.m. UK time, or BST. So yeah, make sure to do the conversion. And just a reminder, again, I'll be live tomorrow at 4 a.m. UK time, 2 hours before the race starts, for the build-up to the Grand Prix. So make sure to join me for that tomorrow. But I think I'm probably going to read out a couple more comments, guys, and then come to the end of the stream, because as you can hear, I am absolutely fucked. And I've been going for 4.5 hours now, and I woke up yesterday at about this time. So I've been awake for about 24 hours now. So, yeah. I'll read a couple comments, and then we'll finish off the stream. Triban says Alonso and Hamilton going to take each other out. Hopefully not. As well, cheers. Triban for saying that. Who says, cheers, Chaz, have a good day. Yeah, I was meaning time zone with China. Just answering Miss Marquise there in the chat. Let's see if we can find any other comments I've missed. Quick. Ewok, is it Murphy's Law or Sod's Law? Cheers, Chaz, respect. Sorry I missed most of it. No, it's absolutely fine. It's absolutely fine. And let me just find one final comment to finish on, if I can. Astro Stevo. Actually, I'll finish on this one from Astro Stevo, who says Max will probably win. Apt for him to still title here, I guess. Yeah, it would be. Be great, honestly, if he did. If he did get the title won here, because so many great drivers have won the championship at Suzuka. But one thing I'm going to quickly check before I go is to see whether it's possible that Max could get a penalty. And yeah, I'm not seeing anything at the minute that's, talks about whether it's likely or not. But I think, guys, I am going to come to the end of the stream. As you can hear, I am absolutely fucked. I've been going for 4.5 hours now. Thank you guys so much for coming along to the stream today. It'd be great to have you along, as always, for a qualifying day in 2022 for Formula 1. And of course, yeah, tomorrow I will be live at 4 a.m. UK time, 2 hours before the race starts. Firstly, 4 till 5:30 a.m. I'll be live for the race preview. Then 5:30 a.m. till 8 a.m. UK time, I'll be live for the race watch-along part of the stream. And the race starts again 6 a.m. UK time. Make sure to remember that time. And then do, your conversions. And then for an hour after the race finishes, I will be live still to react with you guys to the events of the Japanese Grand Prix. So make sure to come around for that as well. But yeah, thank you guys so much for today. And if you are new to the channel, don't forget to subscribe for more content like this. Again, practice 3 qualifying and race watch-alongs we do for every Grand Prix in 2022. And for everyone watching right now, if you have not already, don't forget to smash that like button to help out the channel. Follow me on Twitter at ChazHD5, and don't forget to join my Discord server, link below in the description, for to keep up to date with what's going on with the channel. And also, the Twitter is great for that as well, keeping up to date with what I'm doing with the channel. But guys, that is it for qualifying day at Suzuka. Until race day, the first race day at Suzuka since 2019, tomorrow at 4 a.m. UK time, I'll be live again. Until then, guys, it has been me, Chazza HD. Goodbye.